1, 2, yeah? 1, 2, now, so you must hear in something because it's moving. 1, 2, yeah, yeah. 1, 2. Check. But it doesn't go. Aha. Okay. So there's no 1, 2, yeah? 1, 2, now, so you must hear it. One, two. One, two. There we go. Hello? Hello, hello? Okay, but this is the old one, bro. One, two. But I can still 1, 2, yeah? Yeah, that was it. This is working now. Now it's working.
People. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong, we care,
we serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best the government can deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through memoranda of understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batupeli principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month, and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with the tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU, which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent, since 2009, several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong,
we care,
we serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through memoranda of understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batupeli principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains the guiding vision towards 2030, the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have requests from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed a particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month, and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
Era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU, which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent since 2009 several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Matupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong,
we care,
we serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through memoranda of understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batupeli principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains the guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed a particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month, and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governments. We have an MOU, which we are facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and KEG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent since 2009 several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong.
We care.
We serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best this government can deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through memoranda of understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batupili principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains the guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSS for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
Of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Can we please settle down? Thank you. My name is Thamsanqa Shezi from the National School of Government. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Oh, good morning. Thank you, that was much better. DDG Maja from the NSG, the CFO, Ms. Mpumalanga from the National School of Government, Mr. Gianni from the Institutional Development, representing the acting DG in the province. senior managers from the Mpumalanga province, the National School of Government, our chairperson, Soraya Arendt, chairperson of the PSTF, our facilitator, Mr. Sole Mukhaladi, the most important people here, the HRD coordinators. Good morning to you all. We bring love from the NSG in our endeavor to spread learning opportunities and engage with you in all manner of forums possible. We're happy we're here. I'm here now to introduce this is going to be a facilitated session. We have brought a very experienced facilitator, Mr. Sole Mukhaladi, who boasts years of experience in leadership, especially in the public sector, coupled with a proven track record in operational leadership, strategy development, project management, financial and people management, as well as stakeholder management. He holds a master's degree in public management obtained from Regenesis School of Public Management, amongst other qualifications. He also completed the Gordon Institute Business Sciences Executive Leadership Development Program, besides the change management leadership training with RIPA in
challenges that we're faced with. The other challenges that we're faced with is the whole issue around how we plan and not be able to make sure that we implement properly. As a country, we've been having a good planning system since 1995. We know the RDP plan, we had the GEAR plan, ASGIS, then the NGP. Now what we all know, the NDP, which is NDP 2030 that we're working towards. In the meantime, there are shorter plans where we looked at the 9-point plan, we looked at the 14-point plan, and the 8 priorities for recovery plan that we're also working with. So what is a problem is the implementation in making sure that the things that have been put there, most is what is standard in all this plan is addressing the issues of poverty and so on, but they are not truly addressed. They are better than where we started, but we still haven't eradicated poverty within our country. So what is it that we need to do as public servants to make sure these plans come to life and they are able to achieve what they were meant to do? Okay. We also understand that what we're faced with is the turbulences in governance and service delivery, which is mostly like what we will see now in the screen. Can you see that aeroplane going up and down? When we think that we're landing, we're actually achieving what we had set ourselves, there's always some issues that come up. Recently, what you've seen in the news, we've achieved so much with the whole issues that we've been addressing with COVID. Then something comes up in that to cloud the work that has been done, rightfully or unrightfully, we don't know the facts yet, but it is clouding the work that has been done by government to address the issues of COVID, but corruption always comes and questions the work that is being done. So there's always these turbulences that are happening in our environment. So the plane doesn't land smoothly. There's always something happening and it's almost a dead trap for those that are caught up in there. Now, there's also the whole issue of accountability that we have within the public service. People are not accountable for what they're doing. So if you look at that picture, someone decided that that was not his job to make sure the tree is taken off on the ground that they were preparing for the soccer field. So they worked around the ground because it decides it's not his work, doesn't inform whoever is responsible for that to do what is needed. So these are the things that we need to address within the public service. We need to be accountable and do what is right always, not wait for the next person. If it's in your radar to see that there's something wrong that is happening, you need to do the right thing and fix the problem and not end up with a situation like this that shows that someone didn't apply their minds when they did their work. What we also need to look at is, do we have the right skills to navigate the kind of problems that we're supposed to address as public servants? We need to know what is happening in our environment. If you look at this one, for someone that is flying, they need to know how's the wind, which way the wind blowing, so that they know which way they need to take off and how high and how low they need to be managing the flight that they're going at. So we need to be aware of what's happening. Do we have the right skills to move forward and do what is required of us in our environment? We know that if we neglect what we are supposed to do as the public service at the highest top, what happens at the citizen level? They experience this kind of service delivery where there's dilapidation of the infrastructure. You can see that road, no car is able to drive there without suffering damages. And you look at the asset there, it's an aeroplane that's supposed to be flying and doing good. Now it's used as a washing line. because we do not value the assets that have been given to us and we do not use them in the right way. So we are responsible in making sure that the resources that have been placed within our hands, we employ them in the right way, and that the citizens get the services that they require. The taxes that they pay to pay for our salaries need to be used in the right way so that they have the right infrastructure, so they're able to do business, they're able to earn a living with what we have been able to implement as the public servants. We need to wither the development state where we know that successful developmental state balance strength, which is capacity, and the scope, the extent of what you have to implement and to deliver as our objectives. So we need to make sure what we're faced with right now as South Africa is the economy. It's something that is dragging us down. We know that so many people have lost their jobs due to COVID, but our economy was not doing well before COVID. Now it's even worse. What is it that we're supposed to do as public servants to make sure that we stimulate the economy and we help the state to move forward, to change the narrative, to make sure that we are successful as the country? We know that what is required of us as we wither the developmental state is that we need to be a capable, ethical, and developmental state that demonstrates that we've got improved leadership, governance, and accountability. We need to be functional, efficient, and integrated government. So where the national, local, and provincial need to work together in programs, so we're not divided, we are able to achieve the goals that we all need. We need to be professional, meritocratic, and ethical in the way that we conduct our business as public servants. We need to make sure we have the social compact and engagement with the key stakeholders, make sure they are involved in the solutions we bring to them. We don't think for ourselves to say, this is the solution. We engage the people, they know their problems that they're faced. What is it? How are we listening really to them and making sure that we implement solutions that they are involved, they can own? A lot of these demonstrations that we see, if they were involved in the solution, would not happen because they would understand what is it that we're doing as the public service, and then they would appreciate and not destroy the infrastructure. We need to make sure that we mainstream gender and empowerment of the youth and the people with disabilities, and we must be people-centered. We know we're here because of the citizens that we serve. The antithesis of effective developmental state. We know we're faced with a lot of problems that we need to address, but we need to have this so that we are effective. We need to be strong, resilient, and we need to have institutions across all spheres that are responsible and are strong. We need to be professional and ethical public administration. We need execution, diligence, and accountability. We need to be people-oriented and inclusive, make sure they are involved in what we do. We need to have coordination and make sure that they have the line of sight, they know what are the true problems that they're dealing with. We need to use the resources prudently that have been entrusted in our hands. So people do not accuse us of corruption, of wasteful expenditure. We need to make sure there's effective governance and we're transparent in the way that we do our work. And we also need to make sure the decisions that we make are quality decisions. They address the true problems in the country. What we've observed with the COVID and the new normal is that we need to have evidence-driven response. We have the scientists that are in the forefront that needs to make sure that the kind of policy that they put in place are responsive. We know how effective was the alcohol ban that made sure that there were cleared ICU beds that could be used for the people that needed them. We need to have dynamic use of technology. We know that we have some that are joining us using the Zoom. Before COVID, we wouldn't have thought of meeting using those platforms. We would have defaulted to all of us driving here and being, this event should have been 200, 300 people coming into this event to try and work together. But we now learn how to use the technology in an effective way. We need to have rapid response to deliver essential services. We need to have flexible use of policy instruments. We've seen how responsive we were when we were under pressure. So those kind of lessons that we've learned, we need to carry them forward and not go back to the default of delays that we see with the service delivery. We need responsive governance and institutional arrangements, effective communication led by the politicians. We saw our leaders taking charge and making sure that citizens know what is happening and they're told what to expect and how they are supported. Now, with all these measures, can we make sure these measures can be sustained and be replicated to support the accelerated service delivery and to meet Mpumalanga's provincial growth and development plan objectives? What can we take from what we've learned from COVID to make sure what we have in our plan as a province we're able to implement? So we're looking up to you as the HRD practitioners to lead the production of the public service employees and leaders who are committed to the cause of the national development and transformation. We should be diligent in the execution of the national priorities, leaders that are prudent in the deployment of public funds. They are masterful and know what they're doing, ethical and accountable to the people, innovative, always seeking new ways of doing things with precision. These are the leaders that we need to make sure that they're there. And you are responsible for making sure those are the people that we find in the public service. Okay, execution diligence or mastering the statecraft. Only when we are well trained and we are conscious as public servants, as captains in our areas and supported by the skilled people, are we able to learn safely and make sure that our work happens. Even when things are falling apart, as you can see, this pilot is managing to keep the aircraft flying while things are going wrong. The engine is on fire there, but it's keeping things stable and keeping everyone calm, making sure they are informed of what's happening and making sure that they will land safely and are able to deliver the services. So this is the reason why we need to return to the simulator as public servants, so that we have become, has to become a minimum requirement for keeping us having our skills relevant to the work that we're doing, so that we have the ability to do the work. We need to make sure we're risk trained and we know how to maneuver the environment that we work in. Now, we want to share some of what we've been doing as the NSG to change our focus, reimagining the NSG. We've looked at what the electoral mandate said to us. We need 3 pillars: the capable state, which is a capable state has the required human capacities, institutional capacity, and service processes and technological platform to deliver on the NDP through a social contract with the people. That's area number 1. We need the ethical state. An ethical state is defined as driven by the constitutional values and principles of public administration and the rule of law, focused on the progressive realization of socioeconomic rights and social justice, and as outlined in the Bill of Rights. Then a developmental state aimed to meet the people's needs through interventionist, developmental, participatory public administration, and building
on autonomous developmental state driven by the public interest and not individual or sectional interests embedded in South Africa society, leading an active citizenry to partnership with all sectors in society. Now, the outcome that we plan to have out of this is that we'll have improved leadership, governance and accountability for a functional, efficient and integrated state. The second outcome is professional, meritocratic and ethical public administration and social compacts and engagement with key stakeholders and enhancing confidence and trust on the state. This is the work that we've outlined for ourselves as the NSG. We've looked at what the president expects us to do as well. In the State of the Nation address in February, the president said the public service is at the coalface of government, and lack of professionalism doesn't just impact service delivery, it also dents public confidence. Advancing honestly, ethical and integrity in the public service is critical if we are to build a capable state. Through the National School of Government, we continue to roll out courses and training programs for government officials from entry level to senior management and the executive. So the president is placing responsibility on the NSG, and the NSG works with you in making sure that we realize the goals that the president has as expectation for all public servants. The mandate of the NSG, we've looked at the 6 areas. 1, we provide education and training that is focused at the individual level. So as an individual, what is it that you need to be skilled at? Then number 2 is support and development, which is looking at the institution. What does your institution need? Kind of support, what are the things, kind of skills that you need to develop or so on for the organization. That is not only looking at individuals, but there's a whole organization. We also look at fostering collaborations. So we work with you, we work with other stakeholders to make sure that the kind of programs or solutions we bring to you are what is required in the public service. We also offer qualifications, working with our different stakeholders. And then we also work in the 3 spheres of government, which also include the SOEs and the organs of state. We've understood that our mandate goes across because for the public, they understand the public service is bigger than just us at national and provincial level. It's what is they experience in the whole public service when they receive services. We also conduct training, examination, or test as part of the prerequisites. We know that currently, if you want to be in SMS, you need to do Nukela. So that's one of the steps that we've made sure that there are prerequisites for you to meet when you work in the public service. There will be more that will be introduced over the years as we go and implementing and making sure that we're professional in the public service. Our education and training and development intervention, what we've also listened to what the president expects of us. I'm gonna play this clip for you, okay? I don't have sound. It didn't connect with sound. Okay. Okay, we'll skip this. We'll send you to listen to this. When the president was appearing at the Commission of Inquiry on State Capture, one of the things that he committed is that he's doing his best in turning things around in the public service, and he's investing, and the NSG is at a key is a key stakeholder in making sure that public servants are doing what they need to be. They're professional, they conduct themselves ethically, and so on. So it will be good. We'll send you the link so that you listen to what the president expects of us, because we rely on US HRD practitioners and leaders to be able to implement what the NSG has to do. Okay, with us reimagining the NSG, we've aligned ourselves in 4 areas when it comes to training. We have an area that is called cadet and foundational development. This one is looking at salary levels 1 to 8 cadets. So there are programs that we are already familiar with that are there, like breaking barriers to entry that is targeted at interns. Then we've got CIP 1 to 3 and CIP 1 to 5. We also have foundation management development. This is for supervisors, so giving them leadership skills that they need to be aware of. And then we also have a new program that we're rolling out, which is about 18 months for those that are joining the public service, especially the youth. So it's an 18-month program that will share more information about, that takes them through different areas that they need to be aware of, teaching them about the public service, as well as giving them their own personal skills so that they're able to perform their work and their functional citizens as well. So it doesn't only look at the work element, it looks at the development of the person that is training. So the youth program, make sure if you don't have the information, we do have our colleagues here from our marketing and business development, sorry, using the wrong term, from our business development, they will share more information on the program as well. Then the next area is middle management and development. This one is looking at the salary bands between 9 to 12. So it has the CIP 6 to 12. We have the EMDP, you know, it's a very good course for all the middle managers to go through. And they also have the AMDP, that's the program, the leadership program there. Then there's introduction in modules on EDP. So these are free courses that are available on our e-learning platform. Anyone can do them. They are introduction course that looks at the what is it called again? What we need to have is senior managers, those 4 areas, change management, leadership, and so on. You know them. So you go there, they are free. You can do them anytime and finish them. And then there's specialist programs that will look now at the HRD programs, HRMD programs, M&E, you've got the finance programs and so on. So there's also that is taken care of. Then you've got the senior management and professional development area. This is another band within the school. So here we host the Nugela program, which is the entry requirement for SMS. If you want to be an SMS member, you need to have done Nugela before you can be appointed. So it's a requirement since last year, 1st April 2020. Then we also have CIP 13 to 14, then the executive development program as well. We have lots of leadership platform series. If you keep checking the NSG website, you will see some of the master classes and so on that comes that are free, that can benefit those that you are responsible for. We also have the Coyote program and the theory of change program that is very good in understanding how to plan properly and manage your work, and evidence-based policies and other specialist programs that are housed there. Then we also have the area of executive management and leadership support. Here is targeted at DDGs and DGs, as well as ministers and legislators and so on, and SOEs leadership as well. So here we've got the EIP 15 to 16, we've got the executive coaching programs, and we've got leadership engagement for senior public officials and executives. We have programs like, some of you will be aware that we had a TELA that has been running for DDGs, for DDGs and DGs, and we've got the economic governance school that is for ministers and the legislators. And so these are programs that are very key and making sure that as public servants, wherever, whether it's executive level, they are aware. And we've aligned ourselves to be able to service all these areas in the best way possible as the School of Government. Some of the flagship programs, with what has happened with COVID, it meant that we couldn't have a lot of the face-to-face program, but as the NSG that is agile and is able to respond, we're able to launch a program with the Department of Women that is an accredited gender course in August that focus on gender mainstreaming in the public service, which is gender-based violence and gender responsive planning and budgeting. This was also very key to happen at that time because we knew with the issue of lockdown, a lot more people were at home, a lot more women were suffering gender-based violence. So we needed to make sure we empower us public servants knowing how to respond and be able to do the right things around that. In August 2020, Cabinet approved 2 new bespoke programs, making the NSG more responsive. As mentioned, the Economic Governance Spring School for members of the executive from all spheres of government. This one is designed to broaden learning's perspective through analysis and critical reflection on the nature of challenges of government. It will be conducted by the NSG in partnership with VET School of Governance, which is the top quality faculty mobilized here to make sure our leaders have got the best and are able to respond in the right way, especially if we know the issues that we need to address around the economy. Atela is a bespoke executive program designed for accounting officers, which we've also extended to DDGs where possible. And then we've also made sure that Kaedu is available online. This is the theory part of Kaedu is now available online, and it makes it easier for your people to join and do the program. That senior managers are able to address the service delivery issues, and they are able, when they deploy to the SARS, to them. We have lots more other programs, like this complements other executive and leadership programs done in partnership with local and international universities. We also want to highlight one of the other new programs that is very key is SIS course. This is a policy analysis tool used to determine the likely cost and benefit of a particular regulatory proposition, including public policies, legislation, regulations, and other highly impactful regulation instruments. So this tool will be very useful for those that are in the policy space to be able to implement, so that they make policies that are implementable and they can be able to monitor them. Then we also have the ethics in the public service. We know that ethics in the public service is now compulsory for all public servants. It's declared by the minister. All of them need to do it, and it's free online. So there is no cost to it. You can make sure that all your staff members in your organization do the ethics online. It's available on our website, and it's not fee-based, so they don't need any approval from anyone to be able to enroll for this course. This will help change the narrative in our country, because we are perceived as public servants as unethical, as corrupt, and so on. So let's make sure everyone is educated and understand what are the issues, the things that, some fall because of little things. They might not be aware that that particular issue can lead them in ending up being in trouble and conceived as being unethical because they had a particular relationship or they shared information they were not supposed to share. So those are the kind of things we need to make sure public servants are aware and they know how to conduct themselves, and they become ethical and hold and have the right kind of values that resonate with what we say in the Constitution. We also have the reorientation program. As we know, for the new employees, we have the CIP. So they go through and they relearn, and they learn about the Constitution and so on, what is expected of them. The reorientation program is aimed at those that have been working in government for long, and it assists them to we said go back to the simulator, retraining. It re-emphasizes and makes sure that we are grounded in what we know is supposed to be our work as the public service. This program is available for face-to-face and online. You can also access it. It is a paid course, but it's very at a reasonable price. So let's make sure everyone goes through this program. It's also part of the compulsory programs that needs to be done by all public service. Okay. We also want to highlight that in December 2020, the minister also released the implementation framework towards the professionalization of the public service. I will not go into detail with this one. Dr. Maja will go into the presentation after this presentation and share some more information, but it is looking forward. So there is work that is done to make sure that the whole public service is professional. We've done a lot of programs. These are pictures to show when we had the ministers attending the economic governance school. Our late minister there, you can see him. He also attended. He was one of the first people that registered for the course, and he was very excited to be part of the new way of doing things within the NSG. We have programs, as I said, for the executive development, which is for DDGs and DGs. That is also in partnership with UCL, is University University of London, with one of their units there, as well as we have the Athela that is running. We need to make sure all our DGs do go through this program, and our DDGs as well. These are the programs that we launched last year. We have changed our delivery mode. We are using more and more of the Zoom platforms to deliver some of the training. We still do face-to-face, but we still use the online basis of doing training. If you look there with some of our partners where we did the Chinese program, and so many of our people attended, even the legislator. I think one of the biggest was Gauteng legislator. They all came through for the program that was presented for them. We also have partnership with ENA, which is the French School of Government, and the Chinese School of Government, and we've delivered programs that are relevant. A lot of them are at a very reasonable cost and share a lot of information for our public servants. So these are the partnerships that will assist us to deliver more of the work that we need. We've also engage with people that we know that can influence the kind of work and inspire people like Mariana Mazzucato. She is one of the leading economists in the world. She's been able to deliver a masterclass with us, with the president involved in that program. So we have them, they are willing to work with us and work with you to share knowledge and make sure that we as public servants are able to do our work. We have former DGs that are also part of that fellowship. We've got even Dr. Eric Lee that is working with us on this. HRD practitioners must think ahead. We need to find solutions. If you look in 2010, we needed a helicopter to go and look and take maybe traffic to see how the traffic is going and so on. But now there are drones that are being used for that kind of service. What is the kind of public servant that we need for the future? Are they skilled in the right way so that they are relevant to do the work? So if we can foresee that someone will be redundant in the future, what is it that we're doing to make sure that we reskill them so that they're relevant and they're able to deliver the work of government? I would like to thank you. I want you to know what the NSG stands for. This is our core values. Learn, when we say learn, we say expanding learning opportunity for public servants to master statecraft. 2, when we say serve, we're saying after you've learned, you build capacity and culture and of public servants to serve society effectively. and then they will grow, helping public servants combine learning and service experience to grow professionally. We hope that we have a good at this conference right now, and we need feedback so that we know how to serve you the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pindile, for that presentation, very rich in content. But colleagues, let me start by saying there's a request that we disconnect the Wi-Fi for whilst we are having these presentations here, because the laptop also using the Wi-Fi for that purpose. So when you see the disconnect between the present she did articulate a number of them, whether it is the Black Death, the plague, and many others, including the most recent one, the COVID-19. And obviously, throughout that, the big question that we need to be asking ourselves as managers within the public service is, what lessons have we learned from this past pandemic? So that we can inform our strategies moving forward, particularly with regard to COVID. There will be presentations on COVID, its legacies, its challenges that it's presenting, and some of the emerging thoughts that are coming around how to position ourselves effectively for that. But of course, the time is now, as we engage in forums like this, to also enrich that particular narrative about the need for solutions around some of the common problems that we are facing. And you know, there's a saying that you can't go through experiences such as the ones that Pindile has mentioned and still remain the same. Why is it that Pindile today still reminds us about the gulf between policy and implementation, when this has been the story for so many years? What is it that we are doing as leaders to close the gap between that narrative of the lack of policy? I think it's about time that we come up with some of these things, but she helpfully also takes us through some of the insights and suggestions that the NSG is talking about, particularly when she talks about the re-imaging of the NSG, anchored around those three particular areas of the ethical state, the developmental state, and the capable state. You look at all the three of them, whether it's capable state, ethical state, developmental state, it puts the HRD manager as the epicenter of change, the change that we would like to see. Because how else do we build a capable state if the epicenter, which is the HRD, is not going to be holding the center as it were? So it calls for these reimagining of things, as she puts it, that we can make some of these changes that we would like to see. And the perennial question across that, those slides is what are we doing as HRD? And again, it should not be the same narrative as we speak about the gulf between policy and implementation. There must come a time when we are able to say in the future PSTF forums where we say, this is what we are doing. Translating some of the thoughts that are coming through into little projects that we can begin to report back on as we engage in future PSTFs. I would personally like to see so that we don't take you through the same, you know, if you like, complaints or the same disclaimers about lack of policy implementation. We need to be demonstrating a higher level of sophistication moving forward. We have heard about various programs that are offered by the NSG, some for free as part of the mandate of this institution to take the country forward. Let's make sure that people that are not here are aware of what has been shared with us, particularly with regard to the free courses that are offered, so that it doesn't become the question of we didn't know that it is happening. Let's carry our teams along in the various departments where we serve, so that we can give expression to the generosity that the NSG is presenting to all of us. Colleagues, are there comments or questions that we'd like to ask or perhaps make with regard to that presentation? Just one or two, and then we can move on. to the next one. The next will really be Dr. Shezi outlining the purpose of why we are here, some of which has already been mentioned. But can I note one or two hands, perhaps, and then before we can jump over to the next one? Thank you, sir. Let's start with you and you.
Thank you. She spoke about one of the free program, Code of Ethics. I just want to ask SHRT, how do we track the progress if we encourage our colleagues to enroll for the program? And then how is it structured? It gives you the results and the validity period, whether you can do it over and over and over and over, and also how do we track the progress if so has enrolled and has completed or has not completed? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I just want to appreciate the fact that the ethics is going to afford, especially free, because the auditors are way ahead of us. They are already asking in the institutions, what are we doing about ethics? And it's really going to assist the organizations if we are going to have it free online. And also maybe, as my colleague has said, maybe to find out how can we, take it back to the institution so that we can train people on the ground. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Pindile, if you can just have responses to those. I like to build in some extension to the question that you are raising about tracking the progress. In my mind, it's not only about tracking the progress in terms of enrollment, but also doing some kind of return on investment on that. All right, but if you can get some responses there.
Thank you. There is a possibility of us being able to give you the register of your people that would have enrolled for the program, but they need to then use their official emails to enroll for the program. If they've registered and then they indicate the organization that they work for, it is easier to track. But most people, the trick is the problem that we've experienced because we've had other departments asking for this. If I decide to use my Gmail, they would not know where I belong, So it's important that they use their official emails. And then if you give an indication, maybe to say you've instructed your organization to enroll, maybe this is the list of the people that we've asked to enroll for this program, and giving them time because it's a self-paced program, maybe giving them 2 to 3 months for them to complete the program. Then after that, you can ask for a report that will be able to be shared with you. Dr. Maja maybe can help here. How many times should they do the ethics? As many times as they need. But let's give him.
Yeah. I think it's going to be dealt with, right, in the presentation, Dr. Maja. Thank you very much for that. Was your question tackled? Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, unfortunately, in the interest of managing time and acknowledging the fact that because part of the objective around these sessions is to make sure that there's some networking opportunities that will be going on. Some of the issues we are not going to take like in plenary like this, but during tea breaks, stuff like that, breaks, lunches, let's connect with the and bilaterally engage with one another. This is one of the objectives of the session, of course. So can we maybe without much ado again, Dr. Shezi, just come and share with us what the purpose of the seminar is all about.
Colleagues, we have outlined in the concept note, you would find it, it's your bedtime reading, the detail of what I'm going to say is in this check in your packs. One of the things in terms of the context, we here because we are extending learning opportunities. Remember, NSG is a national school of government, and part of our agenda is to ensure that public servants, wherever possible, they get learning development opportunities. In fact, our motto, learn, grow, serve, encapsulates the notion of a learning organization, and also ensuring that you as public servants are on board in terms of the emerging topical issues. That's one of the things that we're trying to do. If you look in the program attests to that. You will find that the topics that we're trying to cover speak to the contemporary challenges and how we then respond as public servants within that space. The other thing, obviously, is the networking opportunities that we are trying to inculcate. If we were in church, I would say, look at your neighbor and say, you look much more beautiful than you were last time. Over the years, one of the things I have learned to do strategically is to sit strategically in church, so that when the pastor says that, I don't have a problem in looking at whoever is close to me and saying they are beautiful, when in fact they may be very far from that. So networking is very important. You work in different departments, and peer learning is about being able to share experiences, share practices, and replicate where possible. And then we create these opportunities, because learning is not only formal, as it were. You learn a lot. Now, the EU has made it possible that we are able to see all provinces this year. Actually, on a month-by-month basis, we're in different provinces, because even if we were to organize the conference, not all of you would be able to attend for various reasons, some being financial constraints and so on and so on. But nonetheless, we need to reach where the people are. Now, I want to speak like a politician. We need to come to the ground, people on the ground, as if there are people who are not on the ground. How do politicians speak like that? Yes, the grassroots. So we are at the grassroots, so that in all provinces we are able to stimulate these conversations and be able to talk, learn, grow, and serve. In a nutshell, colleagues, that's the purpose. And please learn, grow, and serve. And look at your neighbor and say, you look much more refreshed and beautiful than the last time I saw you. Thank you.
Dr. Shezi, for that animated explanation of purpose. Now I think we can have the presentation by Mr. Gianni immediately on behalf of the Acting Director General of the province. Mr. Gianni, over to you.
Animated. process. I think it should be. Thank you very much, Program Director. Colleagues, as indicated in your program, that this morning actually the Director General would have liked to address you, just to actually not only address but welcome you to this beautiful province of Mpumalanga. But unfortunately, because of other competing responsibilities, the Director General could not be here. However, he pointed out that please rest assured that whatever you will be discussing and whatever resolutions that will be taken that will basically affect the province of Mpumalanga, be assured that those resolutions will be executed as resolved. And let me also once again assure you, Program Director, that the Director General will be fully briefed of the proceedings of this August function. But be that as it may, Dr. Shezi, ngivamisile ukuzwa kuthiwa bheka oseduzane kwakho. Umtshele ukuba muhle kangakanani. Now ake ngisho-ke kumuntu engimlandelayo ngithi Dr. Shezi ubaluleke kakhulu. Thank you very much. Program Director, allow me to actually in absentia pass our greetings as the province of Mpumalanga to the principal of NSG, Dr. Busani Ngwabeni, the advisory committee of PSTF, members of senior management present here today, the leadership of the NSG, leadership from different departments in the province of Mpumalanga, the representative of the principal, Umage Pindile Mkwanazi, delegates here, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. It is indeed an honor for me this morning, Program Director, to actually address this important second PSTF Provincial Learning Exchange Seminar. It is held in the same venue that where it was held in the previous years. It is indeed an honor for me, therefore, to actually appreciate the School of Government under the leadership of the principal for coming to the province of Mpumalanga, the place of the rising sun. I'm grateful to extend to you all a very warm welcome on behalf of the province of Mpumalanga, and to say how excited we are to host this prestigious event. Program Director, we have completed a part of the first phase of the vaccination processes in the province of Mpumalanga. Let me indicate that as we gather today at a challenging time in history where the globe grapples with the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the rise of daily cases of people infected by the virus. As Mpumalanga province, we have begun rolling out the COVID-19 vaccination program as we take the first steps to returning to life as we knew it. We have completed, as I've indicated before, the in every corner of the globe or the world, and has given birth to economic crisis of unprecedented proportions. Our socio-economic response to the pandemic has been very swift, in that we have targeted and assisted millions of our unemployed people and low-wage vulnerable workers in the entire country and the province of Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga Program Director is one of the 9 provinces established by South African new constitution, and it is made out of a combination of pockets of land that fell under the pseudo-independent states within the apartheid South Africa. The government has, since the dawn of democracy, done well in redressing the injustices of the past and in educating the citizen of their rights as enshrined in the constitution of this country. However, the drive to educate the citizens has been skewed in the past few years, in that it prioritized the rights over citizens' civic responsibilities. This program director, I must indicate that it resulted in service delivery protests that reversed the gains of our democracy. The destruction of public infrastructure such as schools has threatened the fiscus of this province. Social instability is also felt globally with the rapid increase of COVID-19 infections. People live in fear and some are no more going to work. And that is resulting in service delivery and it diminishes economic outputs. It is also important to further indicate, Program Director, that the 2019 statistics of South Africa media population estimates that or indicates that Mpumalanga population grew from 4.3 million in 2016 to 4.5 million in the mid-year of 2019. This basically indicates the swift growth of 256,000. This basically reflects the rate of 1.5% growth, which could also be attributed to interprovincial as well as international migration patterns across our borders in pursuit of economic opportunities offered by this beautiful province of Mpumalanga. The net migration in this regard is plus minus 60 or was plus minus 65,000 between 2011 and 2016. And 78,238, that was an estimate between the year 2016 and 2021. Furthermore, Program Director, the province of Mpumalanga has the 6th largest share of the South African population, constituting approximately 7.8 of the national population of 58,775,200. Mpumalanga's population is distributed across 3 districts, being Ehlanzeni, Nkangala, as well as Gertsibande. And in these 3 districts, Program Director, we have got 17 local municipalities. And the population distribution in this regard stands at 49.3% males, while 50.7% are females in this beautiful province. And the youth population between the age of 15 and 34 years accounts for 35.9% of the total population of the province of Mpumalanga. The low annual growth program director, that of 0.9%, the weakening rand against the foreign currency, high inflation rate of 5.17%, interest rates of 7.75%, and repo rate of 4.2 put a strain on the fiscus of the country and that of the province of Mpumalanga, causing a reduction in the provincial budget allocation. The investments on credit rating of the country by the rating agencies to junk status further exacerbates the economic and financial challenges facing the country and the province of Mpumalanga. And therefore, if this trend continues, Program Director, the province's financial capacity to deliver effective services will be drastically reduced. You will appreciate the fact that Program Director, we are the powerhouse of the country. Most of the electricity is generated in the province of Mpumalanga. We are also quite aware of the constraints on Eskom's ability to generate sufficient electricity, and that remains one of the major threats to investor confidence. Service delivery and economic growth and the organizational productivity is somewhat challenged. On the positive side, however, Program Director, it is very important for us as the province and the powerhouse in this country to indicate that we actually have the positive side. And that is the Africa as the continent has embarked on that free trade agreement, which provides an opportunity for the province of Mpumalanga to promote and market its products across the continent. The strategic focus of the Office of the Premier is informed by several policy documents in this regard, Program Director. And the first of those is the National Development Plan, which highlights the needs for well-run and effectively coordinated state institutions with skilled public servants who are committed to public good and capable, or that are capable of delivering the most important service delivery. From this point in time, Program Director, let me indicate that the provincial medium-term strategic framework of 2019 to 2024 has been developed in the past year, which outlines the strategic path that the Mpumalanga provincial government has chosen to improve the quality of lives of the people of this province and deliver on its promises. Key to those articulated principles and priorities is that of a capable and ethical as well as developmental state, the economic transformation and job creation, education, skills and health, consolidating the social wage through reliable quality basic services. The fifth one being the spatial integration, human settlements and local government, social cohesion and safe communities, as well as a better Africa for the world. Program Director, as I conclude, let me further indicate that the Office of the Premier is mandated to create a good public administrative environment that supports the Premier and the Executive Council in their endeavor to respond to the socio-economic challenges in the province. We are today acknowledging the fact that we've got high unemployment and inequality in the province of Mpumalanga, poor economic outcomes, especially regarding the persistent unemployment rate affecting young people and unemployed young people. It is further important for one to indicate that a high volume of complaints about lack of access to basic services, which leads to service delivery protests. Incidents of corruption and poor audit outcomes are still a little bit of a challenge, as well as the high rate of poverty. In response to the above challenges, Program Director, the Office of the Premier will drive the finalization of the provincial anti-poverty strategy strengthening monitoring of empowerment of and access to opportunities by women, disabled persons, old persons, young people, and their participation in the mainstream of economy. Young people. These youth entrepreneurs will require training in terms of business management skills to successfully run their businesses. It must be also indicated that human resource development, as you once alluded, Program Director, is at the apex of government priorities. It is indeed the notion that is shared by the province of Mpumalanga that in a capable state, public servants are ethical, experienced, skilled, and selfless. In a capable state, resources are used for the benefit of the people and not for self-enrichment. The recent webinar hosted by the Public Service Commission on the 18th of May, that is in 2021, deliberated on the study entitled The Effectiveness of Continuous Employee Development in Enhancing Capacity and Service Delivery in the Public Service. That research document pondered on critical question, which one can articulate as how to effectively capacitate the state to deliver services under challenging circumstances. This question, therefore, Program Director, necessitates that the professional or technical skills and qualifications of staff should find its expression on improved public service delivery. It is indeed through training and development that we can increase the efficiency and effectiveness of service delivery. It is further interesting to note that the National School of Government is working together with the Department of Public Service and Administration in entrenching professionalism in the public service. Professionalizing the public service is aimed at strengthening state capacity. Government cannot effectively deliver services without people with the necessary specialized skills and knowledge. Whether these people are nurses, doctors, engineers, or artisans, but it is pretty pivotal that their skills are sharpened. Currently, Program Director, the Office of the Premier is conducting a skills audit to determine its current skills base. And this is done against the required skills for all officials in the Office of the Premier from salary level 1 to salary level 16. The skills audit exercise will soon be rolled out across all provincial departments. And it is anticipated that upon the completion of that particular exercise, the Mpumalanga provincial government, particularly at local level, will be able to address skills shortages to effectively execute its mandate on service delivery to the citizenry of this beautiful province of Mpumalanga. The provincial government is working tirelessly in the development of artisans across the province. The Office of the Premier with the Department of Education are part of the Provincial Artisan Development Steering Committee. The set targets on the development of technicians across the country, that of 30,000 per annum. We are committed to achieve these targets collectively as a nation in our plight against high unemployment rate in this beautiful country. The Provincial Youth Graduate Placement Program Director is currently coordinated by the Transversal Human Resource Development Unit in the Department of Education in this province. And during the financial year 2019-2020, the following placements were implemented. We had implemented 276 youth graduates, 226 work integrated learning, those are student interns, and 117 learnership. During the financial year 2020-2021, the following placements were further implemented: 210 youth graduates, 55 work integrated learning, student interns, that is 55, and 14 learnership. You will further appreciate the fact that these numbers have seemed to have dwindled. And that has been the result of the COVID-19 program director. However, we're still committed to the cause. And we are gratifying or indicating that it is further gratifying to note that the agenda of this seminar will tackle critical issues ranging from national implementation framework towards the professionalization of the public, organizational resilience during the post-COVID-19 pandemic, a leadership challenge in public sector organization, to mention but these few.
be registered, and be members of professional bodies. Once we have stipulated that condition of employment, what it means is that if your professional body one day decides, for whatever reason, that, you know, we don't think Buchabelo Maja should still belong to our professional body, so we are deregistering him. It means on Monday when I go back to the office, I have a problem. Because the NSG is going to call me into the office and say, we understand that on Saturday your professional body deregistered you. So what are you doing here? It's a very serious matter about consequence management. So it means that if I'm a CFO, as the CFO is, and your condition of employment is to be a member of SAICA, and SAICA one day, for whatever reason, decides you are not in good standing and they are deregistering you, as they did with Arnold Singh, your employment relationship then is in jeopardy. Because you are not meeting one of the key elements that have been decided for you. So that is the importance of this conversation around professional bodies. So we also hope, lastly, that when we say we've professionalized, we will have a public service that is non-partisan. We will be politicized. I know that in South Africa, we have many public servants who think it's cool to say comrades. It's wrong. You are not a comrade in government. You are a public servant. You are not a comrade. And we are going to be making that clear going forward. Because when you're in government, you serve the people of South Africa under the Constitution of the Republic. The public service will exist irrespective of the changes in executive control, in political authority. Yes, when a political party has won an election, the public service must implement the mandate of that political party. But when a different political party emerges tomorrow, the same public service must implement that different political mandate of the new political party. So this thing of us politics and administration, we are saying must come to an end. Now, I'm going to share with you 3 more slides, and then I'll stop. And I'm sharing these slides because they're quite important, helping us understand where we are going. So we are saying to professionalize the public service, we must deal with 3 things. Firstly, we must deal at the top with the individuals themselves. We call this professionalism. This is us, me and you. We must do the things that I was talking about. We must be qualified, we must have the right attitude, we must behave, we must execute with diligence. This is us. So we must deal with this group of individuals. And we must all do Nukela, we must all do ethics online. But more importantly, it's not about just doing those programs. Because sometimes we think programs change people. people change people. So you must change yourself. You must manage yourself. Those programs are there just to help you achieve what you would have decided to achieve yourselves. So we're going to focus on that part of the individual. The second part that we are going to be dealing with is what we call the profession, the discipline. This is where this conversation about professional bodies comes in. There will be instances where there are professional bodies in existence already, such as in finance, there is SICA. And in those cases, we will partner with those professional bodies to achieve the issues around registration, membership, and belonging, and so forth. Where professional bodies do not exist, because the public service is a very complex animal, we will build and create new professional bodies. One of the ones is the one you mentioned. One of the first professional bodies that we think we'll have to build from scratch is a professional body for senior management service. And then we'll do others on a piece-by-piece basis. So that's the second part of the core component of professionalization. The third part is about what we call professionalization, which is targeting the sector itself. It's no use to be professional in an unprofessional environment. So the environment itself has to be professional. Your DG himself must show up on time for meetings. Your DG herself must be qualified. Your DG herself must be able to execute with diligence for the rest of us to be able to do all of that. So the environment is going to be quite critical. And you can see in other conversations, we are already working on those aspects with the Department of Public Service and Administration. As part of professionalization, for example, we are looking at the tenure issues of DGs and DDGs. We are looking at rotation. How, when, and why can we rotate? Because in Singapore, we discovered that one of the things they do very well is rotation of DGs and DDGs. And it's not a rotation. The thing we're doing here is not rotation. To say, hey, I'm Funi, it's not a rotation. So they do rotation. It's planned. It's known. You know that as a DG, you're going to serve in this department for 14 years. 7 years, 7 years. We are suggesting that we must consider 7 years term. But you know in Singapore that if you do well, if you succeed in those 14 years, part of you being recognized is that you are likely to then be rotated to another department. It's something that DGs and DDGs look forward to as an honor. That after 14 years, if they say, okay, your term has now ended, but we now want to move you, it's an honor. So we are working on all those aspects of the environment. We are changing, we are doing some amendments to the Public Administration Management Act and also the Public Service Act. Those amendments are going through the legislature at the moment. I'm spending some time on this slide because I think if there's a slide you need to remember, there's only 2 slides, by the way, that I would like you to remember in this whole presentation. This is one of them. The second slide that I'd like you to remember in this whole presentation is this one. The CFO flagged it, but she didn't talk to it. So we are suggesting that when we professionalize the public service, we have to professionalize it across all 5 areas of the value chain. We begin at the bottom left corner with what we call pre-entry. So in the pre-entry, we are suggesting that before you enter public service, there are certain things that you must go through, there are certain things that you must do that ready you for entry. From high school, you must be saying, when I grow up, I want to be a public servant. So that you start doing those things that will ready you. We're engaging with universities at the moment. We have a meeting with them towards the end of next month. We had a webinar with them last week because we want to know, what are you teaching these people? We're asking universities that question. Because more than 40% of Black graduates in South Africa end up working for government. So we're asking universities, since they end up with us, what are you teaching them? We want to know, so that we can then say, how about ethics? I mean, how about risk, and so forth and so forth. So that's the first leg that we are dealing with. The second leg is around induction and onboarding. We already have a compulsory induction program that cuts across the public service. We're going to enforce that much more strongly. Those of us who've been working for government forever, you will be onboarded. It's like returning to the simulator, if we use the aircraft example again. You don't just say, I'm a pilot, I'll fly forever. Your license expires. You have to go back to the simulator. Ensure that you can land a plane without engines. That's what they do there. And we are saying we must do that also in government, where all of us who've been around for long enough, we return to the learning and education environment to upgrade and upskill. The third area deals with issues of planning and performance management. Also, the professional bodies come in here in terms of the consequence management issues that I mentioned. One of the biggest problems, we all know this, there's no consequence management. We just do as we please. So we really want to see people losing their jobs, by firing, not firing squad, because in China it's firing squad. So here, maybe not firing squad, but we have to be able to say to people, you're dismissed. That's it, you're dismissed. So that issue of consequence management, we are quite keen to get it right. The fourth layer is around continuing learning and professional development. We want to introduce here CPD points, continuous professional development points, that you will accumulate, that you will need to maintain, that you can lose. And if we say to be a director, you have to have a running points limit of so much. If that points limit is exhausted, it means you need to have a conversation about your employment relationship with the employer. There will have to come a time when some of us are told, you're below your CPD points and therefore you will not be getting a salary until your CPD points recover. Remember the Bloomberg story? We have 9 years. In 9 years' time, it will not matter anymore whether you have CPD points or not, by the way. When a country burns down, PhD or no PhD, we all go down. If that plane had crashed, when you die in that plane, it doesn't say, but this one was a hard worker, but this one, was still young. You all die. So those are the choices that we have as a country about whether in 9 years' time we will be good to go or will be a failed state. And then the last one is about career progression and career incidents, which is something that we deal with. This is the second most important slide that I think I would like you to remember. I'll stop there, Chair.
that we spoke about, and then we will reconvene after some 20 minutes to look at the second part that will be facilitated by Dr. Shezi. Okay, we are adjourning now.
but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through memoranda of understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batupeli principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains the guiding vision towards 2030, the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state, which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
Training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes
But because we are streaming, I need to be
We are coordinating the participation of the national courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the MSG in courses offered by the National Schools Administration of France. We have sent since 2009 several public servants from both the NSG and the other government bodies.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
The mandate of government by professionalizing our public service so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and live.
public servants beyond the free service sector, to the government and workers. But we also say with respect to allocations, our clients, our customers, our partners, and our children. And then we say,
That one. What?
I just want to know the size. Our services
No, it's not long. 2 meters. It's not long. What you want? You want to move it?
No, we want to procure a longer
Something is just not lucky. Chick, chick, chick.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people.
leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batupeli principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030, the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state, which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material.
We just want to save this.
200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material.
What happened to this memory stick? It looks like it's damaged or something.
Yeah. Let me get you another one.
It's broken. What happened? It's broken. You don't have any memory stick. Which one is yours? It's not ready. Ganj. No, yeah, no.
Oh, okay.
This PC, go to this PC. But why Fulagan? It's doing shortcut. Just millions and he downloaded from the email.
And the presentation
Yeah, we're trying to open it.
I won't. It's fine. It was mentally done.
Yeah. Ngitshela ukuthi le asithumelele yona ifuna ukuvula i-shortcut. Yabona ukuthi it seems like the email is like that. Okay, let's go back.
It's fine. We use the old one. Yes. Oh, it's like it's still sound.
What speed it does it?
But if it's just one slide, that's fine. We'll just skip it.
Oh. The mic one. This one. Not. This one. Oh, this one.
Yeah. So if we do the process is going on.
Yeah.
Let's move this.
Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. We move on the program. The next facilitator will, the next presenter. I did introduce him earlier, but there were colleagues who were not yet here. Now that we are all here, he is a very experienced in leadership, especially in public sector, coupled with a proven track record in operational leadership, strategy development and project management, financial and people management. He used to work for what was then called SAMDI, and then Palama, and now the National School of Government. Currently, he is one of the panel of experts at the National School of Government, mandated to deal with executive induction program, which is a program geared for deputy director generals and director generals. He also facilitates in the compulsory induction program, also for SMS levels 13 to 14. He will be talking to us on organizational resilience during and post-COVID-19 pandemic, focusing on the leadership challenge in public sector organizations. We all know that the COVID pandemic has created a conundrum when organizations have to be agile and respond timeously. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Soli Mkhaladi, who will then take us through his piece and engage us. Thank you. Soli.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Shezi. Colleagues, once again, it's my privilege to have this opportunity to present to you. As the topic of the presentation says it's about something that is gradually becoming topical, especially in public sector organizations, but it used to be an issue for most of the private organizations, and they have been grappling a lot with this particular, shall I use this? They've been grappling a lot with this particular challenge as private organizations, because as you would appreciate, private organizations, when they go through turmoil, such as the one that they have gone through, namely the pandemic of COVID-19, unlike in the public sector, they do not have the second chance for survival. Many of them go under. And you only have to visit the number of malls in our country to see what this pandemic has done to a number of private businesses. So I'm just using a mall, but obviously there are big conglomerates, there are big private sector organizations that have gone through the same experience. For some reasons, public sector remains sheltered in terms of employment. But given what Maja was presenting to us today, that is going to be a thing of the past. So some of the experiences that private organizations are going through are very much going to be the same experience in the public sector. And like I was saying earlier, it is better that we brace ourselves for those challenges. So the topic is that of organizational resilience. And whilst we are going to be looking at some of the challenges that are becoming emergent issues within the public sector, we are going to also draw some lessons from the private sector, as I've mentioned.
if we look at the contents, we will look at what it means for organizations, the leadership burden posed by a pandemic versus the opportunities it presents. Because as the saying goes, do not mess up with a good crisis, right? Even though we can mellow or swallow our frustrations in the pandemic of COVID-19, it was in various instances a very good program for many organizations, in the sense that, as somebody put it, it was a kick that was waiting to happen in our pants to catapult us to the next level. In other words, we were not awake to possibilities that we would face, challenges of that nature. So in that sense, it became both a problem, but as well as an opportunity. And the thing about its duality, existing as a problem and an opportunity, is how do we manage the contradictions as managers within the public service? We'll hear some more about it as the presentation goes. And then we look at current and future challenges facing supervisors. And here I'm focusing on the likes of yourselves, managers, leaders in organizations, and including in the public sector. And let me hasten to mention that one of the issues that would come across as a leitmotif, something that is perennial across, is the strategic central role of HRD managers. It's not by accident that HRD managers are called to become the change that we want to see. It's not by accident. You can't talk about the reskilling and not put the HRD manager at the center of the agenda. You can't. And of course, it's not just the HRD manager, it is the HRD manager plus the qualifications, plus the attributes that Maja was pointing out that need to be seen in this particular person for the public service to shift from point A to point B. So we are going to be talking about ourselves as well, all right? And thoughts on organizational resilience and sustainability. These thoughts come as emerging models. And I'm going to be tapping on the wisdom that's coming from some of the countries, and in particular, the Australian models. Not that they are the best. Models are as many as the problems of resilience exist. So it depends on which modules are we going to choose. And when we choose them, it is out of no suggestion that they are better than others. It is because perhaps they illustrate certain points better than others. But no models are perfect. That's what we must always bear in mind. So as we study organizational resilience, it's an intractable chapter on its own that is still subject to scrutiny, that is subject to academic review, that is subject to investigation. It's not a given that you will get organizational resilience when you do 1, 2, 3. It's a complex story. And it calls for innovation, it calls for ingenuity, and it calls for seizing the moment, as the saying goes. Now, of course, we can discuss the takeaways, and this will come in the form of questions and issues that we think we can take away and make issues for future discussion. Well, let's get into the terminology itself and begin to understand what is this monster called organizational resilience. How do we have to understand it conceptually, all right? What does it mean? What does it not mean? In the first place, for organization, it meant a disruptive crisis. In other words, it removes you from the comfort zone. This is what COVID-19 did to most of you. You were attuned to managing your division in this way, and all of a sudden, there needed to be some change. Were we prepared for that change? No. By the time we got the guidelines from the National Disaster Management Act and the central committees that were meant to give us advices and frameworks and suggestions and guidelines, a lot had already happened in your organizations. What were some of the experiences that you had to go through? We are going to be touching on them a little bit, and out of that craft are some challenges that we need to bear in mind as we traverse the future. So disruptive crisis at the start, but plenty of opportunities now and in the future, because again, the subject of resilience is not about now. Resilience is also about looking at what can happen. Pindile earlier on talked about the various forms of the pandemic and some of the challenges that plagued organizations before, and some that are coming. The next one, colleagues, and I'm not being prophetic here, the next one that will happen, whether we like it or not, is the issue about the climate change. Water crisis. They said the next world war is not going to happen because of the conflict between superpowers, but it's going to emerge out of the scarcity of resources. And such resources are resources such as water. You can imagine if water becomes the trigger point for nations to fight against one another. Is it something that is impossible? No, it's not. The issues around climate change, are they impossible? No, we learn a lot about these things. So the pandemic was the reawakening of bigger things that are still going to happen. So it's a crisis, but there are other crises that are chaotic in nature. They don't allow you to do anything else. Think about tsunami. Although it was regionalized, but it was a crisis that made certain things to be upside down in a matter of short time. So let's brace ourselves for that. HRD managers have got to be experts in things called scenario maps, scenario planning. We've got to be able to foretell the future so that when we design, construct courses, expect people to be attending our training programs, it must be that these are attuned to the future challenges that our organizations are going to face. Otherwise, the most important aspect of training or leadership or learning and development intervention, namely relevance, is going to be lost. It's going to be somewhere in the fault lines. And we need to be aware of that. What it means for organization is that we'll see increasing exposure to risk in the form of cyber attacks, infrastructure issues, breakdowns in business operations, lapses in organizational culture, norms and values. Now, we heard this morning how important culture is going to be. Ever heard of the strategy that, ever heard of a saying that says, organizational culture eats strategy for breakfast? Have you ever heard of that? You can have the best of strategies in your organization, but if the culture is not right, it is going to eat your strategy for breakfast. And the same can be said. How do you prevent culture from eating the strategy for breakfast? By using the same organizational strategy to improve the culture that you want to see. And who is called upon to be able to realize that? We are listening to some of the snippets that are coming here about NSG. The duty of the accounting officer is to give the strategic direction of the department. The concept of leader as hero instead of leader as host. What do you think is the distinction between the two? I said my presentation is going to be interactive. Leader as hero and leader as host. Can I pounce on you? What's the difference?
Something that a leader will brag about it.
In other words, without this particular person, nothing else in this organization will happen. You'll see in one of the models that we are going to be discussing, it's a model that says, whilst we do not want to take that role from the accounting officers, they can't do it alone. They need to have the assistance of the people from the middle class and the lower classes for them to drive this change agenda in their organizations, right? So therefore, we must celebrate our leaders as what? As hosts, and not necessarily as heroes. Because if they are heroes, we will recognize that, like we have been talking about the issue, the example of South Korea, China, about the rotation of those that have been able to make it. But they usually make it out of being cognizant about the importance of rallying the energy of everyone in the organization and not doing it alone. Business resilience is also about business unusual. Adaptive capacities, innovation, experimentation. Nobody knew about COVID, and whatever we did was not going to be something that was wrong or right. I mean, just to share with you 1 second, my experience when we were hit by this thing, I was aware as accounting officer, answers are going to be demanded from me. Here's COVID, all of a sudden, communication becomes very impossible in the organization. Staff take their own decisions without asking for your approval. You must have gone through that. It's my life that comes first. Ever heard of that? Yes, it's my life that comes first, and you are the manager. You are the supervisor. What did you do to try and deal or offer some treatment to some of these things? Did you see it as resistance? Did you see it as anxieties that needed to be addressed? Because what does change management says? Change management says for every Right. I think the last point that I wanted to mention there was nurturing lateral organizational learning, embracing the start failures. Managers are very impatient with people who fail in executing their responsibilities. And I'm cautiously and guardedly using the word start failures or virgin failures. As managers, we need to embrace this. Many people got into lapses as a result of COVID-19. It's because they were faced with something that was never there as a precedent. Okay, so we needed to embrace it as a learning organization and creating a mindset of growth and development instead of whittling it down as a sign of irresponsibility. Now, often what it means in pandemics like these is that you need to take a giant leap of faith, it is called, right? Move from what is not working, because we said it's business unusual, and to take a giant leap of faith into the unknown, because it is that unknown that is usually going to give you a measure of success. But staying in failures forever will never take you to the next level. This is the point about that graphic representation there. So move away from the failures and the things that don't work and quickly move to something that is unknown, because in there, you might experience some aha moments. This thing called serendipity. Going through an experience of unknown victories. You never budgeted for them, but they come as a result of you being innovative, you being bold, and you being brave. Now let's talk about some of the current leadership burdens that we are seeing as a result of COVID-19. One is absenteeism in workplaces. Now, Tanya later on is going to be speaking on working from home, a perspective from the International Labour Organization. I don't know what she will be saying, But do we see working from home as absenteeism? Or do we see, because people will say, if my home is my office and I'm always home, therefore I'm always in office. Did you get that? If my home is my office and I'm always home, therefore I'm always in office. In other words, I'm always working. So somebody sees it as absenteeism, but somebody sees it as being overworked. How do you manage the contradictions there? HRD manager, give us thoughts. How should we see this? Do we throw the book on people being absent, or do we seek to understand the problem? It may be that we require some policy reviews and changes in the frameworks. The reason why we are having the new framework on the professionalization of the public service is simply because all the frameworks did not work, colleagues. Didn't. So you need to change gear if things don't work. And this is a leadership challenge. And again, what do? Obviously, we need to look at this thing without reverting back to the pre-COVID-19 norms of work. Again, there is this thing about, I was talking to Dr. Shezi, people love this concept of manage inputs and outputs and not people. But I find that the two of them coexist. And it's not about one canceling out the other, but it's about making sure that you manage both of them. There is never a single stream in reality. There's always the aspect of duality, and sometimes answers lie in between. Okay. Low productivity levels and declining work ethic, lack of balance between results and remote working, low-level employee resistance. If others can work remotely, I can too. Ever heard of that? Because in other departments, what did we do as managers? We thought the privilege, in quotes, of working remotely belonged to senior management. And the rest of the guys must come to office. And this is where you'd find stuff saying, if you can work remotely, I can too. But there's going to be another presentation on ICT, right? As an enabler for remote working. It's going to be very interesting to find out whether working remotely and using ICT as an enabler is the alpha and the omega in driving the outputs of the organization. So these are, I'm not giving answers, I'm putting across some conundrums for leadership to be able to grapple with. And the answers are going to come from the attempts that we're making towards effecting change. Mismanagement and financial misconduct. Think about the PPE stories. You get information one of your employees is infected with COVID. What is your knee-jerk response? Quarantine this, lock down that, office must be cloned. What is it called? The rehabilitation of the workplace and all that and all that. Panic mode, panic decision-making. In the course of that, there's a lot of wrong that is happening with regard to the use of resources. All of a sudden, sanitizers that were meant to be procured at 100 rand, they are procured at 500 per unit. And as managers, how did we respond to that? Okay. Accountability deficits, employee relationships, Marja spoke about them, and poor employee, sorry, I wanted to say employer relationships. Accountability deficit, top management, often on its own. Have you ever been left alone? We experienced that during COVID, didn't we? All right, where you were left alone. It's like, if it was not you coming to the office was not working. And you had to be in office to only look after what people were bringing from the other side. But Bringing from the other side would be reports. Would the reports equate to performance outputs? I'm not sure. We speak about performance management. It is not about holding meetings. It's not about MS Teams. It's not about Zooms. It's about what do we bring on the table to effect a change that we want to see. An absence of horizontal integration of planning, systems, and processes. Sometimes HR is the one that knows better what needs to be done because we are dealing with the people's issue, COVID-19. But IT doesn't understand what you're saying. So there's no horizontal integration. The organization is not in sync with each other. And how do we bring synergy? How do we make sure that we work together? So these are the burdens. Now, if you look at, and I'm citing this, it's from the Learning Guild. Now, you can Google the Learning Guild. It's an organization that exists like this public sector forum, public sector training forum. What it does is to get involved in research. And this is my wish for the PSTF, by the way. To get into research, develop outputs, make yourself self-sustainable, sell some of your research reports to the international world. We as South African HRD managers have been discussing this issue for so many years. We conducted the research, and these are have people affiliating to PSTF at a fee. Some will get certain reports provided they subsidize you as the PSTF, but some will get some of your materials for free like NSG is doing. So Learning Guild conducted their own research, and this research, I'm flagging it because it's one of those things that are suggesting how the future will look like. If you look at it, it's like that. Where if you look at where the red arrow, the red line is, if you focus, for example, on the left-hand side, the 37%, which if you read this, will say it's little. It's between 1 and 10, is it not? 1 to 10%, no, 37% in 2019. Unfortunately, the research population is not so in there. But if 37% in 2019 was talking about virtual instructor-led in terms of training delivery, but beyond 2022, which is coming, they are talking about 45%. What do you think the training will look like? 2022 and beyond. Fortunately, NSG has looked into this thing and they've already started doing something around it. For some courses, you'll have blended approaches, but for some, you will have instruction that is virtual and instructor-led. In other words, nobody before you, like it is the case now. And I'm just flagging it to say, let's be prepared. The situation is likely to be real in 2022 and beyond, where you are not going to have the need for resident trainers for face-to-face engagements, but you will have those that are going to be delivering courses that are virtual. Something about organizational resilience that we need to appreciate is that it's grounded on good undertaking of disruption-related risk. Risk management, colleagues, is one of the default responsibilities of senior management. If you look at the competencies of senior management, you will never not come across risk management. What was COVID-19? It was all about risk. It was a risk-related disruption. And therefore, the interventions for change would require a risk-based strategies. This is what government is doing. Risk-based strategies. So it is incumbent upon ourselves as managers to also become fundis on risk management. What is the reality in our departments? When there's a workshop called for strategic risk development, what do we do? No, it's not my job. I'm in HR. Don't tell me about risks. But you are called, whether you are talking about strategic risk or operational risks, you are always called upon to give your side of the story about how this pandemic will affect the work that you are doing. Never before were we asked about, give us risk associated with COVID, but now you are forced. Can somebody share with us maybe a risk that you had to identify post the finalization of a strategic or operational risk that had to do with COVID? Going? Yes, sir.
I'm responsible for bazar management in the province. The risk that I identified, which has got COVID implication, is the academic performance of my bazar holders. That's to say, I projected that in terms of the pass rate, it's going to go down, looking at what is happening in terms of the implication of COVID in universities. And when I'm analyzing now, my prediction was 100% correct.
There you go. So we didn't have to do some of these things, but we are forced to having to do them now. Again, organizational resilience is not about quick fixes, so we're not looking for immediate solutions. It's a process premised on making the four legs of the elephant dance in tandem. And the words in tandem, I'm putting them in italics because it's my emphasis, all right? There's a short book that I would recommend you read, Making the Four Legs of the Elephant Dance. Short one. You are able to read it when you drink tea in the evening and get done with it. It's like, who moved my cheese? All right? Written in big font, but it's about how do we make the whole of the organization tick as opposed to one division within an organization. So making the whole, so with COVID, I gave you an example of where HR would say, let's go this way. IT would say this, and top management would say, but this is not a priority. So the four legs of the elephant are not dancing. And if they are dancing, they are not dancing in tandem. And as a result, you don't have cohesion. Remember what the presentation from the Premier was about the coordination of HRD, whether you locate it within the Department of Education or in the Premier. If you locate it in the Premier, the chances are that you'll have the four legs of the elephant dancing in tandem because it's supposed to be a transversal function. But if you locate it in a line department, only one leg will dance. So it's about getting your strategy right from the start, okay? Resilience, colleagues, is not about weathering the current storm. It is also about being ready for the next wave. And here I'm not talking about the third wave of COVID. This wave that I'm referring to may be a wave in the form of climate change. It may be a wave in the form of a tsunami for those that are living in the coastal areas. And therefore, it's also dynamic, right? But now, towards the end of my presentation, I want us to look at some of these models that are beginning to emerge on how do we build organizational resilience. First, starting with its evolution. That it starts with being unprepared, of course, and this mode is called the reactive, and it gravitates towards being prepared as we discuss and implement those scenario maps and learn lessons out of them. But what is important is the area that is having a cluster of the yellow dots. That is when you have developed adaptive capability. In other words, when this tsunami strikes, you are able to respond to it. The other two, it's the learning curve. But the ultimate is when you have strategies in place that when this happens, this is how I'm going to be attacking the problem. And again, it calls for us putting on our thinking caps as HRD managers, making sure that we traverse this road, move away from reaction, from the state of preparedness to the state of being adaptive. Are we together? Because if we are adaptive, then we are what Dr. Shezi was speaking about earlier on, agility in organizations. So not weathering the storm. Adaptive capability also means, should this thing threaten this organization multiple times, I'm ready for that X amount of time that it will threaten us. Not only once, twice, or third, but maybe multiple times. But we are ready because we have got systems in place. It requires money, it requires thinking, it requires energy, it requires all in the organization, not one person. Okay? So that's where we need to be looking at. Agility, capability, flexibility, and all that. But coming to the models themselves, this is one model on organizational resilience. At the center, you see risk management. And the argument there is that from the identification of risks in the organization, you are able to even come up with your emergency management plans. You are able to come up with security management. In other words, risk becomes the foundation on which you see everything. It doesn't have to be something that discourages you from moving. It is something that must say to you, this is what it's likely to happen. And as you develop these things, ultimately in the outer layer, you will be resilient. That is what it says in summary form. But another one is the attributional model. So remember the first one spoke about risk as the anchor. So this one talks about attributes. What attributes are we looking at? Again, Dr. Maja spoke about some of the attributes that we want to see in the future public servants. And if you don't see these attributes, people must leave the public service. This is how serious it is. So to drive a resilient organization, again, we need values and we also need leadership. The leadership that is going to be sensitive to issues of communication, as indicated right at the bottom there, and making the entire staff in an organization aware of what is happening. When you do these two, you promote what is called change sensitivity in organization. And that leads to integration. You remember I spoke about the paralysis of silos, right? So you kill this by making sure that there is ample awareness in an organization, massive communication about what is happening COVID-19 related. You promote this change sensitivity. When you do this, you kill unnecessary anxieties. It also leads to the management of interdependencies because integration means that there are interdependencies. But when you recognize that, you are able to pull them together. And when you have done all this, the organization becomes agile and you have enhanced resilience. So part of what we need to be looking at as we grapple with how do we make our organization survive crisis and pandemics into the future. But that is not the only model. Then comes the third and the last model that I'm discussing with you, which is called composite. Now with composite, we're saying we're moving from the softer issues of values, norms, they are soft. We want to anchor our interventions on strategy and policy. Remember, we spoke about the need to review some of these, to reimagine things in the organization. Pindile was giving us a presentation that talks about reimaging the NSG and reimagining the NSG. This is exactly what needs to happen. You don't go through a crisis and remain the same organization or the same division. So you need to review these things. When you do that, it will give you the processes. I won't get into this because some of it had to do with the thinking derived from the balanced scorecard approach, that you need to be giving attention to resources, you need to be giving attention to business processes. But what I like is that it foregrounds the importance of emergent leadership. Emergent leadership, colleagues, is the leadership that we referred to earlier. Your middle managers, your assistant directors, they are managers. Rope them in when you have a crisis like this, so that all these things that they better understand as functionaries than top management can be given a better shape. And when that happens, you ultimately have a resilient organization. It's not automatic. Each and every aspect of that model deserves very serious thinking and very serious time allocation for it to realize. Now let's move to some concluding remarks on this one. It is useful to remember the old saying that says all models are inconclusive. Now somebody was saying, when I quoted this, somebody was saying, it's not quoted like that. It's even saying all models are wrong, but some illustrate useful points. So from the ones that I have shown you, you decide which ones you can implement in your own division, in your own organization to try and promote the concept of resilience, all right? Leadership drives change and resilience in organizations. Leaders as heroes versus leaders as hosts, I spoke about this. Resilience is driven by business strategy and value, and this becomes your Northern Star. Strategy and value, it's your Northern Star. Because we have spoken about how strategy can even induce a kind of organizational culture that we want, and not technology, colleagues. We thought because of COVID-19, everything needs to be automated. That's not necessarily the case. So technology becomes only the enabler, but not the alpha and the omega of addressing pandemics or a crisis situation within an organization. Yes, it's an important enabler, but it can't be the only solution, right? The latter is therefore part of the ecosystem to enable success. I spoke about Culture Aid's strategy for breakfast, and we amplified on that a little bit. But let's talk about some of the questions as I conclude, some of the questions facing our leaders, yourselves. What is to be done differently moving forward? Not what is to be said, what is to be done moving forward? There's the reality of the third wave. Are we ready? What are we going to do, not say about the third wave? You have been armed with some of the models that can begin to shape your thinking within the organizations. Can we start identifying some of the doables now? All right, in our little organization and move forward. When I assembled a team of executive managers back at TIDA, when COVID-19 hit, it was even before we had some guidelines from the city of Tshwane. But I was aware that if this job is not going to be done, there's going to be a problem of complex messaging that will be going out to staff, multiple messages that are not cogent and coherent, and creating further paralysis within organizations. So we needed to sit down and agree on ourselves what was the better way forward. And the better way forward was to be harnessed through some of these meetings and dialogues that we had to have, finally gravitating towards the development of standard operating procedures. What are the labor relations implications and policy changes required now and beyond? One of those, Maja has already given us an answer. He says we are introducing the third component in employer-employee relationships. We are introducing professionalization, okay? How do we deal with the softer issues, increasing COVID-19 infections, stigma, and general employee wellness? Are you just going to get an employee wellness team that comes into your team and give us muffins and t-shirts and everything that goes with Wellness Day in the department? Or are we going to adopt a strategic outlook of what needs to be happening to remove the stigmas, to make people become aware of these things and the importance of coming out into the open to talk about them? Are leaders going to hit the reset button after the pandemic? In other words, going back to the factory settings, the way we were before the COVID-19, or will they have to pivot quickly? Turn around, pivot, like a pivot door. Turn around quickly, reimagine, and rethink everything. NSG has already shown us the way by reimagining things and rethinking their strategies. And of course, another big thing, colleagues, which is coming out of research, is the possibility of what I refer to as unhealthy staff turnover. There is healthy turnover, Maja, you spoke about it, where you have the wrong people in the organization having to leave. And of course, we must encourage that. All right? This is what is referred to as the healthy turnover. So when you are accused of turnover in your department or in your division, sit back a little and identify whether this is a healthy turnover or an unhealthy one. If it is healthy, celebrate it. Because you don't need those people in your organization. But if it is unhealthy, colleagues, is when you lose the high flyers, the doers in the organization. And you know what are the reasons why you sometimes lose these guys? Well, from research, they state the issue of burnout. With regard to COVID-19, they are saying the natural means of relaxation for managers have been locked away by what? Lockdowns. So they don't have ways of releasing stress, because they would normally release stress through holidaying, vacation, and all of a sudden there is no movement. Planes are shut, everything is brought down. There's no movement. So what do? Burnout. High flyers. And what do they do as a result? Leave. So how do you retain that? The job of HRD managers. How do you incentivize a good stay in an organization? But never worry about the bad stay. A bad stay means you've got two problems. You've got a warm body and you've got effectively a vacancy because nothing has been done in that post. Are you with me? All right, so it's about that in departments. And we are told from research that a number of good managers are going to leave as a result of COVID-19. A lot of them are going to leave. Are we ready for that tsunami of a healthy staff turnover? I'm not sure. You give the answers. This is what resilience is about. Who can give us an interpretation of this picture? You, ma'am. What does it mean?
The chameleon that often changes colors.
The subject for discussion. Right, it's a chameleon, but we can't see why it is changing colors. What do others see? Remember about the movement when we are dealing with organizational resilience, all right? We move from reaction to preparedness and adaptation, all right? So each step of the way requires you to do a change. And the colorization of, what is this thing called? Chameleon typifies those particular stages of change and the need for adaptation to circumstances. And that concludes the presentation. I hope I didn't bore you.
Was a mouthful, colleagues. I'm reminded of a fellow we used to travel with overseas on a number of these discussions. Each time he was asked, "What did you learn?" He would say, "Wow, mind-boggling." Okay, out of this world. But I'm not going to say that. I'm going to give you an opportunity to your take. Risk, management challenges, leadership challenges. What is your take? Because we are tight for time, I'm tempted to say this. I will allow one very brilliant comment. One very brilliant comment. You're brave.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think from my side, I'm Nwabi Sandantiso from the Eastern Cape Province. I've enjoyed the presentation, and I think for me, the big takeaway of all the issues that have been raised that relate to the risk management, to leadership issues, to culture, and so forth, really, for me, the cornerstone is to really excuse me, have the proper culture in our organizations. And I think that culture should really be driven from top down so that the employees in our organizations are able to model the very same leadership practices, because I think leadership is a practice. We are moving away from the notion of theorizing about what leadership is, and therefore the culture becomes the way in which things are done in our organizations on a daily basis. So it's a lived experience, and I think if the culture is not proper, we are not likely to achieve our strategy execution. And I think I just liked the notion of culture having 8 strategy for breakfast. Because if our culture is not right, everything else for me, I think starts and falls and stumbles on the very same issue of culture. So I think if we can fix that aspect, I think all other issues would seamlessly fall into place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comment, colleagues? There's a comment there. In that order. There's a colleague there at the back and then another colleague here. Any other so that we streamline this? Okay, it would be those two.
Thank you. I must say that it's just to share my experience to say, with regards to COVID-19, I learned the hard way. I was running a leadership program just when there was the president introduced level 5. We were forced to run our program online. It was a very difficult situation, but after that experience, we realized that perhaps this is a way to go, because we spent less money in terms of accommodation. There was no need for printing with regards to the provider. There was no need for accommodation and all those things. And I must say that learners find it very, very interesting. And I realized that perhaps that is a way to go. And also, you know, to say maybe we don't need 8 hours in the workplace after COVID-19, and that you can work from home and be productive and be able to deliver on what you need to deliver without being stuck in the office the whole day and so on. So these are some of the things that we should be looking at. And then I just want to make a comment with regards to the presentation that was made by Dr. Maja. With regards to the framework, with regards to professionalizing the public service. One of the aspects that you indicated was the issue around continuing learning and professional development. I think it's very key, but one of the challenges that we experience as government departments is the inability or the ability to utilize our budgets or the training budgets fully. And you all know that when there's an issue of budget cuts, the place that they look for, it's training. And I think if we were able to come up with the monitoring system where you are able to enforce expenditure, maximum expenditure of training budgets, and in fact, and the budgeting of the 1% in the public service, that will be able to ensure that we're able to fully train our officials and make sure that we achieve in terms of ensuring that our officials are trained and so on. But the other aspect is the issue of performance management. We all know that one of the issues in the public service, why we are failing to deliver on our mandate, is the failure to manage the performance of our officials. And I know that with effect to the next financial year, there won't be, in fact, there is a view that we have to review the manner in which we manage performance in the public service. I just wanted to check if, is there any discussion with regards to the new approach with regards to performance management, because we're in it, with regards to the framework, are you having a discussion, or did you find expression towards issues of towards the issues of performance management?
Yeah,
So
Dr.
those are some of the two issues that I just want to check.
Thank you. Dr. Maja will respond to that. The last colleague before we go to lunch. Thank you, Chair. Wow, it was mind-boggling. Out of this world. Out of this world. For me, I think it talks about paradigm shift, that we need to move away from the old way of doing things, repositioning ourselves. And I think it was an eye-opening presentation where we also ventured in the researches that looked at how the future look like, looking at the virtual than, the face-to-face, the contact trainings. I think for us as trainers, we need to reposition ourselves on how we do things. Now, when you look at the issue of leadership bankruptcy, I think we need now to have more leaders. And that vacuum, I think it has to be filled, because if we are always responsive or reactionary instead of being proactive, we are going to be overtaken and end up not having capacitated the employees so that they are well positioned and we have a capable, let me say, public service. That's what I can say. Thank you. Can we then quickly sanitize the mic and give it to Dr. Maja to say. Then Solly, would you want to say something, or was it? No, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're raising two on the issue of budgets. So you raised two issues, one on budget, the other one on managing performance. On the issue of budget, you're talking about, on the one side is about budgeting for training, and on the other side, the cuts that budgets for training tend to experience. Now, I didn't say this today, but I sometimes say it, so I just forgot to say it today. One of the things we have to, in my view, get right is how we relate and see training in this country. And I think the way we relate to training and the way we see training in South Africa is very problematic, in my view. And it's because we see training as an end in itself. We think training is the be-all and end-all. And I usually say to my colleagues at the National School of Government, because we talk a lot about training, even ourselves, we must train so many people, we must go to Mpumalanga and train this and train this and train this. And I say, I wish we could stop talking about training, because the National School of Government is not necessarily about training. That's not why we were established. We are about behavior change. The issue is behavior change. So training is the means. It's not an end, it's a means. towards an end, and that end is behavior change. If we were to understand training as a means towards an end, which is supposed to be behavior change, how we then relate to budgeting and cuts will be different. You'll be amazed. South Africa spends more money on training than any comparable middle and low income countries in the world. But our return on the money that we are spending is lower than them. So we spend more money than them, but the return is much lower than them. It's because we understand training as an end and not a means. So the president has been really pushing this thing quite hard to say, we need to deal with behavior change. So that's why even the framework, we don't call it a training framework. We're talking about professionalization because you see, I mean, it's that, you know, unfortunately, English is a and you say, what is a profession? Who is a profession? What does it mean to be professional? Because it's really about behavior. There is a certain way you behave when you're a professional. And that's why the way we carry ourselves in this room is completely different from the way we carry ourselves at Chisanyama. I mean, some of the people I meet in meetings like this, I bump into them on Saturday and I can't recognize them because they are in a different space, which is triggering a different kind of behavior. So that's my response on your first question. On your second one, the word I used about managing performance, I used consequence management. Because we've been using managing performance for many years. And I think that has led to why there's never real consequence management. You know, we are trying to push through the framework this concept of consequence management. And that's why we're introducing professional bodies to assist us in terms of making sure that there is consequence management. And again, we use big words, but all we're trying to do is that if you steal, you must go to jail. If you get paid to do something, which is a job, and you don't do it, that money must be returned and you must go. That's managing performance. And we are hoping that the mechanisms that we are suggesting will assist us because many of the mechanisms so far have been employer-employee based. Professional bodies are not signing contracts of employment with you. They're just signing membership and they have rules of behavior. They have ethical rules of behavior and they have standards to meet. And when they say you don't belong here, it means you don't belong here. And if we have rules on our side that says if you don't belong there, then you also don't belong here, we will then be able to manage consequence.
Thank you, Dr. Macha. Now, colleagues, will adjourn for lunch. We need to be back here at 2 o'clock sharp. Now, one of the risks we had to manage was to put those boxes that you see in front of you. Those boxes, we made sure that if you take it now, something will happen. You can only take it with you at the end of the program. You want to try? Be back here at 2 o'clock. We have managed our risks very well. Colleagues, lunch this way. This way, lunch. Ufuna into ozoyishiya?
Yenza ubuye ingqinanyana. Andiboni kakuhle. Abanayo.
Okay, cela ukuthi ilunch yethu ngapha kuningi. So we move towards the direction.
Yeah, yeah. You know, some of us we're told. We're told. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. It's fine. No, down a bit. Yeah, like this.
Facebook check. 1, 2. Okay, there we go. You see. Now.
So, for example, when we design our financial management and management programs, we will have a
department that on a specific date in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governments. We have an MOU which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and KEG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent since 2009 several public servants from both the NSG and the other governments.
NSG makes space for public sector to be involved in movement.
The whole
place at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU, which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent since 2009 several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government. For our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong.
We care.
We serve.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And hoping can assist us with properly research on how best this government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through memorandum of understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batupeli principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in the National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables us.
Colleagues, welcome back from lunch. One of the things that we must be able to demonstrate without fail is to kill the notion of the post-lunch session as a, what do they call it? The graveyard session. So let's kill that once and for all. But we will now receive a presentation from the next presenter. It's my pleasure as I welcome Andres, perhaps before he comes, to just tell you a little bit about him. On the program, it is stated that, like me, he is the NSG panel of experts, meaning that there are certain programs in the NSG that is responsible for facilitating. But professionally, Mr. Andres Mangokwana is a recognized M&E consultant, monitoring and evaluation, with more than 20 years of broad range of experience in corporate, public sector, international donors, and NGO sectors. He has extensive experience in the fields of research, organizational development, and policy development. He has done consultancies in several countries, especially those in the continent, Namibia, Mozambique, Swaziland, Lesotho, Tanzania, Botswana, Zambia, and Uganda. He holds a master's degree in social science, specializing in social planning and administration from the University of Cape Town, South Africa. And in addition, he has a postgraduate certificate in financial analysis from Wits University in South Africa. He has been on the National School of Government M&E panel as a facilitator and assessor. It is therefore my pleasure as we welcome Mr. Andres Mangokwana to come and share with us the topic entitled Monitoring and Evaluation of Training and Impact Assessment. Andres, we have been talking a lot before you arrived about the outlook that we must have about training, that we often have a very unhelpful concept around the training. We see training as an end in itself and not a means to an end. But I'm happy that your presentation is also touching on that subject, that's looking into impact assessment. So it's my pleasure to welcome you and share your insights with us. A big hand.
No, thank you, Ndade Mukhaladi. And thank I'll come to what I'm coming to talk to you about. The first thing that I'm going to do is to talk about what are some of the problems that we need to address as part of looking at training. I'm going to share with you the results-based management framework so that you understand training in its broader context. Thereafter, I'll share with you a Kirkpatrick evaluation model, which is a very good model to assess, to monitor and assess training as an intervention. Towards the end, I'll share with you the criteria that you can use to evaluate any program or any interventions. And then I'll draw the alignment between the Kirkpatrick model that I would have presented with the criteria that we normally use when we evaluate programs. And then I'll conclude my session. Okay. These are some of the problems for me to contextualize what we're talking about, how to monitor and evaluate the training intervention. The first one, and I think that Mpumalanga has already mentioned, is the fact that we are putting too much focus on activities. And I put training in brackets because training for me is an activity. But we are not doing what? We are not going beyond training and measure what are the results that we want to achieve. The second problem that you need to talk about is the fact that sometimes you don't have the tools to monitor and evaluate. There are some instances where you collect too much data. There are some instances where you don't do a proper analysis of what does this data mean and how do you use that data to inform improvements. The third problem that I've identified is what I would call weak theories of change. And I'm sure colleagues are familiar and they are aware that 2 years back, this country has adopted a planning paradigm where a theory of change is now a tool that we use in planning, both from national, provinces, state-owned enterprises. They are compelled to use theory of change to develop their plans. Suffice to say, there's still a lot to improve on because a lot of them, unfortunately, both provinces, institutions, they are taking shortcuts. So a theory of change is a very rigorous process to do planning, and it doesn't need you to take shortcuts. So a lot of your strategic plans that have been submitted to DPME, they are weak in terms of the theory of change. The other problem that you need to talk about is the lack of evidence to inform both planning and programming. And you may even ask, what kind of evidence will be acceptable? When you have identified a need to train, what kind of evidence have you collected to say, yes, there's a need to train, right? So as a country, we are moving towards evidence-based policy making. And therefore, consciously, you also need to factor in and say, what kind of evidence will I be collecting throughout? The last issue or the last problem that I think is also key, and it's related to the first one, where there's a poor link between training and performance, is because we see training as an end in itself. So we are used to a ticking box. Yes, so many, 20 managers have been trained. You can tick, it's a very good achievement. If your target was 20, you train 30, you can even say, hallelujah, I've exceeded my target. It's because you are looking at training as an end in itself, but you are not linking it up to say, has that resulted in improvement in terms of performance? So that is the issue that I think we need to discuss as a collective. Sorry. Okay. So this slide is about results-based approach, or call it outcome-based approach. And this is where it all starts, right? You need to understand this approach at a conceptual level, and then I'll share with you how you can apply it. So if you look at the middle, right? So the middle depicts what we call a results chain. So at the top, you have got impact. So impact in simple language refers to as your long-term results. What are the results that as an institution you want to achieve? And those results should be felt by the communities, the society in which you want to impact on. Below the impact, you'll have what we call intermediate outcomes, right? And if you look at the dotted line there, so the outcomes and impact, those are your what we call the results area. And in this country, we are now moving away from too much emphasis on activities and outputs. We want to now begin to talk about what are the outcomes, what are the results. So below the outcomes, you have got your outputs, your immediate or short-term results, and below your outputs, those are your activities. Below your activities, those are your inputs. What resources do you need to carry out your activities? If you look at the slide, right, halfway through, between outputs, activities, inputs, those are what we call your implementation focus. And those are things that you'll find in your annual performance plan. For those of you who are doing operational plans, they must find expression there. And within that ambit is your sphere of control. Those are things that you have control over. But beyond, when we talk about your outcomes, your impact, there are things that you don't have control over, but you are hoping to influence, okay? So that's why when we are looking at government as an institution, right? So you will have one impact as an institution, but each institution must then define what kind of contributions are they going to make to influence both the outcomes and impact. So your outcomes and impact, that should find expression in your strategic plans. And then below that, of course, is your annual operation plans. So it's important for human resource development practitioners to understand the planning framework, so that even when you are designing your interventions, they should find expression in the broader institutional planning framework. So this slide, I'm sharing with you how you as human resource development practitioners, you can apply the results-based or outcome-based approach. I'll start from the inputs going up. So if you look at the inputs, remember we said those are your resources. What resources do you need? So if you are doing training, you will have to do a very proper need assessment. You'll need to make sure that we have got quality materials, you have got trainers, we have got facilitators, logistics such as venues, and so those are your inputs. You go beyond the inputs, you are looking at the activities. Of course, you need to have a proper program, schedule, and then the conducting the training itself is an activity. And sometimes it hurts me when people confuse it with a result. It's not the result, it's not an end in itself. So beyond the facilitation of the training, then you are talking about knowledge gained. And that's very important because you are not just training people for the sake of training. You are training them to do what? To improve the knowledge that they may have had. So you are talking about the knowledge gained. There, then you can talk about the number of people trained. You can disaggregate that in terms of gender, but also develop action plans to say, yes, people have been trained. What then? Right? The training report there is just part of your means of verification. So you need to do pre and post. So, okay, this is what I found them. I've developed an intervention, and this is what has changed as a result of my training intervention. Beyond the outputs, you are talking about the outcomes and impacts, and you are looking at what has been the effect of the training on the performance of the employee. And that's where now you go beyond the training as a ticking box. You say, okay, I've spent so much millions training these people, but what has changed as a result of my training intervention? So this is another simpler way to also translate the results-based approach that I've alluded to. So if you look on the left side, right? So you've got your inputs, your activities, your outcomes, your outputs and outcome. That's the results chain. But if you want to go beyond the results chain, when you have defined your results to say, okay, these are the results that I want to achieve at different levels, short, immediate, long-term, the next logical process that you need to talk about is how are you going to measure my results? And that in monitoring and evaluation, we refer to that as indicators. How am I going to measure my results? And I'm challenging you colleagues to say, let's go beyond quantitative indicators. Because most of the time, when you are dealing with training, yeah, just a number of participants trained or number of people trained. It's just maybe because we are comfortable with quantity, right? Why don't we measure quality? Why don't we measure quality and also assess the quality of training that the people have got, right? So when you are looking at the indicators, let's have a balance between what we refer to as quantitative and qualitative indicators so that we go beyond just numbers. Because numbers in themselves might not tell us what? The full picture, okay? So when you have done the measurement of performance, the next important area that you also need to look at is where are you? What is your starting point? And that is your baseline, right? The baseline is important so that you know what has changed as a result of your intervention. It's easy when you are having quantitative indicators because the baseline is easy. But we need to challenge ourselves. We need to say, how then do we set baseline when we are looking at the qualitative indicators? Okay. When we have set the baseline, the next area then is how much do you want to achieve? And that will be your target. And beyond the target, there's another line there. In the M&E, we refer to it as MOV. And in simple language, it means means of verification. What proof are you going to collect throughout your implementation to show that that in particular intervention has been achieved? I've spent quite a bit of time sharing with you the results-based framework, right? Because for me, that is the beginning of you locating training within the broader context. So don't leave it to your planning M&E unit. You must also fight for your space within the institution, right? I'm not expecting you to be M&E experts, but you need to ask the right questions to people who are driving your planning M&E. That's the message I wanted to drive. The next session I'm going to do, or the next piece of work I'm going to do, I'm going to share with you a model, an evaluation model that you can use to evaluate a training. It's called Kirkpatrick evaluation model. Very old a model that has been in existence since 1950s, but is still relevant even today. It has 4 levels, and these 4 levels were discovered when the guy was doing his PhD thesis. And the model clearly defined evaluation as measuring changes in behavior that occur as a result of training programs. So you can see that already has gone beyond what? The numbers. It's measuring what has changed as a result of the training. Lately, they've also added a 5th level, which is return on investment. Okay, so I'll share with you the different levels as depicted by this model. So at the bottom of this model, you have got satisfaction. And I'm sure most of you zero into that level. There the key question is, did the participants like the training program? And I'm sure you have been to training where at the end of the training, you are given evaluation forms to tick whether did you like this training and so forth. But the second level of that model is about learning now. So now we go beyond whether you like the program. You are talking about whether the participants or the learners learn the content. Because it's one thing to say, no, I enjoyed the course, but did you learn the content? Right? And that is about learning. The third level is even more important for me because it's about, did the learners or the participants apply what they've learned in their working environment? You see? So now we are drawing the linkages between training and performance. Yes, we have spent this much millions training you, but have you applied what you have learned in the working environment? If you go beyond the impact, it's about the results. And there we're talking about what has been the impact of your training on the institution itself. What has been the impact of your training on the community and society that we are serving? The upper level is, that's what I said, it has been added, is what we call return on investment. Did the training investment pay off? Right? So that is the model. So in the next slide, I'm showing you how you can apply the model into your day-to-day environment. If you look at the satisfaction and the learning, those two levels could be applied when you do pre and post. So before the people come to training, there's a form or a questionnaire that they need to complete. After the training, you give them the same instrument to see what has changed as a result of your intervention. If you are now assessing the impact and the results, then the issues around the performance appraisals comes in. If you go beyond the results, the return on investment, then you are assessing the institution or the organization. Right? Then you will be able to see whether you got the return on investment or not. The next slides I'm going to share is about the different levels and some of the tools that you can use to apply the model. The first level of evaluation is what we call reaction. Here, like I said, you are assessing the extent to which the participants or the learners felt about the training or their learning experience. The tools that you can use happy sheets, evaluation, feedback forms, verbal reaction. You can also conduct surveys, post-training surveys, to assess whether people really, how do they feel about the training. You can also develop questionnaires. And this is the level that one is quick and very easy to obtain. It's not expensive. Also, if you have gathered data, it's not difficult to analyze. And I'm sure most of the institutions, they are very comfortable to do this level. The second level is about the learning. And this year, the emphasis is on the knowledge that has been gained before and after. And the tools that you can use, assessments, you can use tests, you can also conduct interviews, observation. Line managers can observe and see whether people have gained knowledge. Again, relatively, it's not difficult to set up and not complex. The other level that you can measure is behavior. And here we're talking about application. It's one thing to attend so many trainings, but are you able to apply it at the work environment, right? And the tools that you can use observation, interviews over time. You are assessing the change, the relevance, and the sustainability of change. The other level is called the results. So here you are assessing the extent to which that training has got an impact on the institution itself and on the environment. Under tools, if you have got very good management systems, that's where you can, slot it in there. You do the annual appraisals for management. Individually, you can do it, but for the whole organization, sometimes it's not so easy. So that is the Kirkpatrick model. I spent quite a bit of time because it's a very good model to assess training. The next session I'm going to share with you the criteria that we normally use to assess programs or interventions, and training is part of interventions. So the first criteria that is key that you need to keep in mind when you are looking at training as an intervention is about relevance, right? Two key questions that are important there. The question is, how relevant was the training to the participants, right? The second question is about whether the training that has been offered, how aligned is it to individual goals? Because individuals have got their own ambitions, they've got their own goals. Is it aligned to the individual goals? But more importantly, how aligned is it to organizational results? That's the first criteria that you can use to assess training. The second criteria is about effectiveness. And effectiveness, in simple terms, it means, did you do the right things? Right? To what extent were the learning outcomes achieved? What went according to the plan and what did not? Are the unintended results of the training program? And also assess what internal and external factors have influenced both the ability to apply and inability to achieve the outcomes. So it's always important to say, did we do what we said we were going to do? Which is a key criteria in evaluation. The next criteria is about efficiency. And efficiency is measured both in terms of time and cost. So did you do it within the required time frame and also within the required budget. How efficient was the intervention? Could more have been done with the same or less resources in less time? The next criteria is about sustainability. How sustainable is your intervention? Both in terms of technical, in terms of the skills and the knowledge that have been gained, the systems. What systems do you have in an organization? Are those sustainable, right? And also measure how easy or difficult will participants being able to use what they have learned. Because if they've been to training, but they are not able to apply what they've learned, then it's not sustainable, right? The next criteria that is also important is around impact. What has been the impact of the training, both at individual and organizational levels? Also assess both the intended and unintended positive and negative effects of whatever intervention that you are involved in. Coherence, it's a new criteria that is being added now. And coherence has to do with how does the training fit in with other programs within the organization? You know how government, the silo mentality, always do things in isolation and they don't complement each other. So one of the criteria that is being added in the evaluation space is around coherence. And the purpose there is to improve alignment and synergy. So if you look at the different criteria that I shared with you, and you look at the KIC Patrick model, you could align the criteria. If you look at relevance, when you look at level 1, issues around reaction, effectiveness, reaction and learning, efficiency, has to do with costs, the return on investment, sustainability. When you look at level 3 and 4, impact, results, coherence, because it's something new within the evaluation space. I put a question mark, how does it fit in with the KIC Patrick model? I'm now coming to the end of my presentation. And the first thing that I wanted to indicate is that you can only monitor and evaluate what you have planned. Very important, right? And it reinforced the need for yourself to participate both in the strategic planning and annual planning processes, so that you must demand your space within that planning processes, so that when you monitor is something that you have planned. That's the first thing. The second issue for me, I don't have an answer, by the way. You must answer yourself. The question is, how do you strategically position training to contribute towards the achievement of organizational results? How do you put yourself at the center of an organization to say, us as human resource development practitioners, we are going to help our institutions to achieve the results. And because we are part of human resource development, we're going to use training as an intervention to expedite some of these processes. That you can answer for yourself. The other issue for me is the importance of holding individuals accountable through various instruments that we may have. I'll talk about this in the next slide. The second concluding remarks for me is, how do we go beyond measuring numbers when we talk about training to measure individual and organizational performance, right? The last slide, I'm going to share with you some reflections. These are my experiences as an NSG, being on the NSG panel, and also as a private service provider in terms of training. The first thing that I want us to always keep in mind is, let us not use training to dump money that is not being used during the year, right? Fortunately, the past financial year, because of the impact of COVID, we didn't have that, right? But you know better, right? So institutions have this tendency when they realize that they had these millions or billions that they did not spend between January and March, right? Now they want to dump their money. Hey, human resource, can you organize training? It's called dumping because you will take people who are not psychologically ready to go and be trained, right? And then you don't, so the only thing that you will have achieved is spending the money. But in the broader scheme of things, you wouldn't have achieved anything, right? And I've seen it, I don't know how many times, right? So that is, and therefore, it talks to what Mukhalad was saying, add on, So it's not at the center of service delivery. I know we've got too much money, let's dump it into training. They must organize training. And then as some of us who are trainers, you come across people who are very negative because they've been told to attend the course between January and March. Some of them, the HODs even wrote a memo that is compulsory to attend the course. So the first thing that we want to do is, what are your learning outcomes? People are angry. No, we don't have. We don't have. We've been told to attend. You get it? So you as human resource practitioner, you are at the center. So how do you make sure that you don't get caught up in the middle where people are using money through your programs? That's the first thing. The second reflection for me is about developing mechanisms to enforce accountability, right? And I gave an example about most of your institutions don't have proper mechanisms to enforce accountability, especially when people have attended accredited courses. In government, it's not an obligation to submit POE, right? Yeah. No, you attend, and remember when you are attending an accredited course, you would have paid for the facilitation, the assessment, and moderation. But here goes the individual, he attends the course. There's no obligation to submit POE. There are no consequences. The attitude is, it's government money, it's not my money, right? So that is one issue that we need to confront. The other issue for me is about the misalignment between strategic planning and training, right? So, and that's why it's important for people like yourself to participate in the broader planning processes of government, so that you should be able to identify when we talk about lack of implementation capacity in government. You should help us to define what is it that we need to do to improve or to increase or to enhance the implementation capacity, so that there is synergy between what the institutions wants to do with what kind of training interventions you are providing. The other issue for me is around the skills plans that you develop, right? Are you doing it just for compliance, or you are putting people at the center of development? I don't have an answer. You should answer for yourself. Are you just doing it to teach? I don't know, we have got a skills plan. But does that skills plan reflects the ideal or the situation that your institution find yourself in? The last issue is around the issue around accreditation. And for me, it's a myth. There's a myth that goes around that if you are offering an accredited course, it means the quality is solid, right? And I'm challenging you to say, how do we monitor even the quality of what we refer to as accredited courses? Because some of them are offered by private service providers. And private service providers, you cannot rule out the motive of profit making. So you might have an accredited course, but the delivery might be so poor that it affects the quality, right? So don't just fold your arms. No, I've taken them to an accredited course. It means it's the end of the world. No, it's not that. So it's one issue that I'm reflecting on. This is my final note by Albert Einstein. He says, not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Andres. Colleagues, unfortunately, we will not be taking like comments and questions for Andres' response to these, because I'm told that he's got to leave now. The shuttle is actually waiting as we speak. So we are going to ask Dr. Shezi to present a token of appreciation to Andres as we bid him farewell. Once again, round of applause. Thank you, and go well, Andres. Until we meet. Great stuff. Thank you kindly, colleagues. As we prepare the next presenter, Tanya, for the presentation, remember hers is going to be virtual. I think colleagues, also in the absence of Andres, I think there were some telling points and compelling ideas that he presented to us just before he left. I mean, the whole question of foregrounding the issue about the tool that now we use, the theory of change in the planning process, something that I think bears attention, particularly with regard to the integrated development and in these balances. So if that struggle could be perhaps taken to that level as well, it will do us a lot of good as a country that we need. Another thing about this common conceptual understanding that we are trying to promote of training as an activity versus training as an outcome. And I think it is because of this that we are now increasingly getting the narrative change from what used to be training and development to learning and development. And part of what that does is to make sure that philosophically or ideologically, we see training from the point of view of the outcome. Notwithstanding, but quite importantly, we also see training from the point of view of the person that matters most in that process, and it's not the trainer, because the trainer can count an activity. So I think it is important. How we see this in conceptually also informs issues around the design of those interventions themselves. If you design with a concept of a trainer, you're going to be designing according to the trainer. But if you design according to the learner, you're going to be having a different outcome altogether. So it's important that we do this all the time. And again, what I think was also going to be very important in our discussion with Andres is to take a discussion on the matter of training and development within the context of a digital environment. Remember, we have been talking about technology and how many people see virtual learning as how training is going to be into the future. Now, if that is the case, how do we position or reposition the Kirkpatrick's model on the return on investment on training? Because part of the inputs and the variables that we must build into that conceptualization are issues that have got to do with how much do we spend on technology, how much time do we, how much time in terms of rents do we get to spend on technology-enabled learning, but also quite importantly, how much time do we use within the technology environment training. So these can have various permutations in terms of where we are going and the conventional approaches to training. So for practitioners such as ourselves, I think we need those insights to be coming out the truth so that we can translate themselves into some of the actions that we need to consider moving forward, but also to input into the policy agenda. Colleagues, it is now my pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Tanya Cohen. Tanya is the coordinator of Public Growth Initiative, abbreviated PPGI, a sector-based collaborative platform that intermediates with government in removing inhibitors for economic growth, mobilizing employment and investment. The PPGI's focuses on building private-public trust, collaboration, and linkages. Tanya is the former CEO of BUSA. We know it to be Business Unity South Africa, where she left an indelible mark through adopting an institutional and collaborative approach with other social partners. Tanya specialized in labor market policy and has served as chair of the CCMA governing body and as a commissioner at the Commission of Employment Equity. Her career highlights include negotiating the National Minimum Wage Agreement, Labor Relations Stability Accord, and Job Summit Framework Agreement in NEDLEC, as well as leading employers globally on the International Labour Organization General Discussions titled Demographic Change and the World of Work. She is an attorney by profession and holds the following degrees: BA, LLB, LLM Laws from the University of Witwatersrand. It is my pleasure to welcome to this session Ms. Tanya Cohen. And Tanya, we're looking forward to receiving your insights on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And good afternoon, colleagues. I'm really sorry that I can't be with you. I was hoping that I would be able to travel, but unfortunately other commitments didn't permit me to do so. I do hope, though, that we can still have quite a lot of time just to interact and respond. I am going to share a presentation as well, so please let me know once it's visible. I'm hoping that that's right and that you can see it. Good. Okay, so I think before we start, I've been asked to speak to you about what does it mean post-COVID and what are the changes that we have experienced as in terms of the world of work as a result of COVID. And I thought it was really useful to just look into the words of a famous author in 1909, E.M. Foster, when he wrote a book that was called The Machine Stops. And it was about a future world of work where people sat alone in their rooms, communicating with their friends, family, and lecturing via their screens, thousands of people around the world. Food, drink, other goods were delivered to their desks, and they didn't venture out of their underground lairs. But if they did, they were transported vast distances by air around the globe. And I think it's useful just to reflect on that in terms of the time when that was written, which was the early 1900s, where air travel hadn't even started. And certainly the idea of computers and us being able to interact like we are now was a very far-fetched and distant dream. But that's where we find ourselves. And in fact, we've done that very, very quickly in the last year and a half while we have been dealing with the changes that COVID has thrust upon us. And as we speak about what does this mean for the world of work, I think it's important just to bear in mind that is this permanent adjustment or is it just accommodating current circumstances? How do we make the best of these adjustments and keep what is good in terms of what we've had to transition to? If the state of the economy post-COVID is going to be driving work going forward, then how do we use this opportunity to propel South Africa into the future world of work? And then I think really the question is, are we geared to actually adopt the changes and take advantage of them that have been thrust upon us, particularly given the digital divide and the fact that many people don't have access to broadband, don't have access to the internet, don't have access to devices. And what does that mean in terms of now working from home? Program Director, I need to declare at the start, I was listening to the end of the previous speaker, and this training is neither accredited nor is it paid. So I certainly hope that it's relevant and that it actually meets your needs. I'm going to use the ILO, International Labour Organization framework, in order to take you through various elements of how work has changed as a result of the COVID pandemic. The ILO, just to refresh people's memories, is an agency of the United Nations. It is one of the only, it actually is the only tripartite UN agency. So it has labor, business, and government participating on equal footing. It's inherently part of the Sustainable Development Goals. I think particularly the decent work agenda is captured in Goal 8, the SDG Goal 8. And there is a framework that the ILO uses through which it considers what is decent work. And you'll see those 4 pillars that are listed there: rights at work, employment creation, social security, and social dialogue. And I'm going to take you through each of those in turn and use it just as a lens through which to look at how work has changed. And hopefully give you a little bit more of an idea of what decent work is in the process. I think the other thing that's really important to note is that there is an intersection between what is decent work and what is productive work, and they are not necessarily different things or diametrically opposed. They actually work together with each other, and they are both objectives that need to be simultaneously pursued in achieving what is called fair globalization and poverty reduction. And a lot of the principles that I'm going to speak to you about this afternoon are really contained in the Centenary Declaration on the Future of Work. And that was a declaration that was entered into on the ILO's 100th year of operation at their 100th conference, which was actually fortunately convened in 2019. And they entered into a declaration. It's not a very long declaration, and it's well worth looking at because it speaks to a lot of the things that we're going to cover this afternoon. But I think the important principle to note is the quote by UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon at the bottom, which says that experience shows that economic growth on its own is not sufficient. We must do more to empower individuals through decent work, support people through social protection, and ensure that the voices of the poor and the marginalized are heard. And that's really where decent work intersects with economic growth and where how we work becomes so critical and so important. And I think that there's 2 elements here. The one is that the state has to be a mission-driven state. It has to deliver service, create enabling conditions, be transformative. And in order to do that, it needs to have productive work as well, which is focused and engaged, strategically aligned, skilled and capacitated. So really, decent work and productive work is where the capable and ethical developmental state comes together in the workplace. And they are mutually reinforcing. So as I take you through these various pillars and how the COVID pandemic has impacted on how we work, I think bear that in mind, because at the whole time, what one's looking at is making sure that you bring together decent working conditions, ensuring that work is productive. So the first pillar that I want to take you into is around rights at work. And this essentially covers the contracts of employment, basic conditions of employment, and some of the areas you can see are actually listed on the screen. So the first area, which I'm sure many of you are very aware of, is the provisions both in the basic conditions of employment legislation, but also in terms of many of your contracts of employment that says you will report to work at a certain time, work a certain number of hours a week, and that forms the basis of many employment contracts. The reality, as you all know, is that COVID has changed that. Some of us are working from home, some of us are working from remote locations. Our hours of work have either expanded drastically or they've reduced because of one's access to digital devices and one's ability to connect with others. And fundamentally, there has been a shift in that way. And this brings into play a really important question, which I'm going to speak about in a little bit more detail later. But if you can't manage hours because the person is not physically present, what do you manage? So that's an important issue. But I think what's important also to note is that are these adjustments that have been made temporary, in which event, how are they being regulated? Or are there permanent changes, in which event you've got to start thinking about those contracts of employment and how do you actually shift them going forward? So already if one is drafting new contracts, I would be questioning whether one would have fixed locations, whether one would have the same types of hours of work. You obviously have to provide for certain rest periods and times like that, but already those areas have started to shift. The other area that's shifted is in terms of the workplace and what's defined as the workplace. So the traditional workplace of presenting yourself to the office or presenting yourself to the workplace and doing your work there has shifted. And if you are working from home, the tools of trade have changed. So no longer do you arrive at work and you have a desk and everything's ready for you, but actually the workplace is at home and it requires tools of trade such as computers and internet access and things like that. One of the questions that comes up is who pays for internet access? Who pays for these devices? Who makes sure that they provide it? And that's one of the areas where decent work, I think, directs us to the conclusion that one has to see how the employer can actually facilitate the employee to be more productive by making sure that they have access to these new tools of trade. Because if you don't, you're going to have a difficulty. And I'm sure people have noticed in the last few days when we've had load shedding, the additional problem that emerges in terms of power cuts because people can't participate in work meetings if they are interacting online. So all those things need to be considered. And I think what's important from a budgetary point of view is to make sure that where there are some savings, so for example, if previously you were paying a transport allowance, that those are redirected into things like digital access allowances, for example. The other area in terms of rights at work is really around performance. And I think what's very clear is that in the past, it was very easy to say, oh, Joe is not at work today. Where's he? He's clearly, he's not working and we need to know where he is. And the question of where's Joe or where's Tanya is no longer such an option because actually people aren't physically there. And this creates a major opportunity, but I also think it points out a major weakness across public sector and private sector is that we don't necessarily have the skills to measure performance in the way that we should. So this is a key time to actually look at what the person is meant to be doing in a specific role, understand what the outcome of that role is meant to be, what the output is meant to be, and build that into how you're going to manage performance for a particular employee. And that is by no means a small exercise, but I think human resource professionals, that is something that we should be doing in any event. And this is something that we're going to have to get very good at doing if we're going to manage performance going forward. And I always say, start with yourselves, set your own KPIs, key performance areas, and then work from there, because that's essentially going to be the way in which you learn how to apply the same process to others. And I think it talks fundamentally to the role of management, because if management previously were monitoring their staff and the people that are reporting to them by means of presenteeism rather than outputs, is that they're going to have to go through an extensive change management process in order to start managing in a different way as well. And then obviously in terms of contracting, I've spoken about how the contracts of employment might need to shift with time, but I think really important to note is that there is an element of dealing with choice within acceptable parameters in terms of where it is best for people to work and perform. And that's obviously subject to the type of work. But if, for example, you are able to work either at the office or physically present, or being remotely located, and it doesn't compromise the nature of the engagement. And that's obviously excluding meetings where one should be present for, or where there's specific reasons why you should be at the office. Then having a degree of workable choice is obviously advantageous, because for some people working at home is far more functional. They're able to deal with childcare responsibilities. They're able to avoid a long commute into work. Whereas for other people, they're far more productive at the workplace. So if it is possible to give a level of choice in the process, that's certainly something that would enhance performance going forward. The second area that one deals with under the decent work pillars is around employment creation, jobs and enterprise. And it includes the topic that you were just listening on now, which is around development and training. And I think one of the things that the Future of Work Declaration spoke to very clearly, and it's something the ILO has been speaking about for many years, is that we no longer have a type of learning and development where you have your studies up front and then you enter the workplace and then you go into retirement. Instead, what happens is people transition in and out of those phases, sometimes into employment, into self-employment, into learning, and out again in a very different way. And what COVID and the pandemic has taught us is that we now have access to online training, which wasn't there before, and that this actually opens up a whole new world of development and lifelong learning opportunities. And what is obviously the new theory now is to say you don't necessarily follow a linear career path. You're in a particular role and you're learning skills, and those skills might actually take you in a different direction. And you might learn different skills there and then pivot back in terms of the previous area that you were working in. And that constantly necessitates lifelong learning. And I think one of the things that we've all learned is how to engage on digital platforms. But that's a form of learning in itself. But I think, if one looks at the core skills that are required, both from a technical point of view, as well as what is called dynamic capabilities, that there really are immense opportunities to learn more about yourself, more about the teams that you work with, and more about how to optimize performance in the workplace, if one can actually utilize some of these digital technologies. The dynamic capabilities I want to pause a little bit on, because it's referred to increasingly in many areas. I heard it about 2 years ago for the first time when a guest lecturer was here in the country speaking to the CSIR from Berkeley University around these dynamic capabilities. And then more recently, again, I heard Mariana Mazzucato speaking about it when she addressed the National School of Government, where the president was one of the students. And the dynamic capabilities essentially refers to core capabilities which are very future orientated in terms of the types of things that they value. So it's things like agility, it's things like solutioning, it's things like being able to work together with other people, and in a collaborative manner, being able to work in teams, being able to lead through action, and being able to adjust and adapt and be flexible. And I think that for me, that's one of the core capabilities that COVID has actually taught us, is that those essential sectors that were able to operate during the early stages of lockdown had to really deploy all their dynamic capabilities in order to be able to adjust. And I think that's the type of capability that we really want to engender in the private sector as well as in government. And what you as human resource professionals and people who are invested in terms of service delivery and the ethical state have to start questioning is, how do you build in a value for those dynamic capabilities? How is that recognized? How do you become aware of it? How do you recruit for it? And how do you evaluate performance for it? Because it's becoming more and more important in terms of how we all do our work in this current environment. Agility, I've spoken a little bit to some of it in terms of the dynamic capabilities, but really there's an opportunity now to look at that employment contract quite differently and see whether the types of work that you've had designed are actually suitable in terms of the workplaces and the delivery that is required. I used to work years ago for a retailer, and there was a time where they had a very large casual workforce that used to be paid on a weekly basis, and where the staffing was very, very variable, because obviously on weekends and holiday periods, the staffing would have to be higher. And then there were periods of the week, for example, on a Monday, where things were very quiet, or during like term time, where things were very quiet and their staffing had to be lower. And what they developed at that time, and we had a massive process to convert casual employment into flexible permanent employment, and they had what was called a base staffing level, where people were guaranteed a minimum number of hours, and then an ability to flex up to higher numbers of hours and bring on more people as the work requirements demanded it. And I think that's the type of mindset that one should start to try and move towards, because you don't want people that are employed and not productive. And you also don't want to be short of having the resources when you need them. So I know that public service employment is very difficult to have that type of flexibility, but I think as change agents, that's what we've got to try and work towards. And technology really assists in that regard. It helps us measure, and it helps us understand what the base staffing requirements are, and it helps link people in. I must say, just the other day, for example, is that I had access to a piece of technology which will enable people to work in a call center environment, but be able to log on and literally work when it suits them. So even if it is for half an hour, or it is potentially for 6 hours, is that the person will be able to decide when they want to work. And that's like the other end of the extreme. But I think that's the types of things that we have to start thinking about in terms of how do you make the workplace more agile. In terms of termination, and some of the colleagues from the NSG might have already heard this, so my apologies, but I think it's an important point to make, is during the early stages of COVID in particular, is that a lot of people reached retirement and did not necessarily have the exit process that would ordinarily apply. I had a colleague who was working with one of the SOEs who turned 60, and on the same day, he received an email to say that he's now in his last month, and at the end of the month he would be terminated. And to this day, no one has contacted him and actually even sort of reached out to him and closed that chapter off. And I think that that's very unfortunate, and one needs to be very conscious of the fact that even if we are working in a very different way, is that you can still give closure, you can still terminate, and you can still have a celebration of form, even if it is on a digital, on a Zoom call. But you have to find ways to do it in a different way. So that's really important. And then on the other side, when you're recruiting, is that you also need to make sure that you find ways in which to really bring the person on board and make them feel part of the team, even though this is not a normal way of normally being inducted into an organization. There's one person I know who came into one of the national departments, and I made contact with her through the PPGI and the master plan process that we involved in about August. She had joined in March. And the one day she phoned me and she said, I hope you don't mind that I'm phoning you so much. She said, but it's been so difficult to know who are my colleagues and who I need to speak to, because I joined and no one was at the workplace. So I'm still trying to find my feet. So that was March to August. And I think it's a very sober warning in terms of how do you bring people in and make sure that they actually are integrated into the workplace as quickly as possible. And then I think I want to speak a little bit about bringing in young people, because we know the challenge that we have in terms of youth unemployment. We also know that young people have many of the qualities and dynamic capabilities that we actually want in a future world of work. So it really is to try and look for those opportunities where young people can participate. And I know that we in Youth Month at the moment, and the National Youth Employment Pathway Manager, which is an initiative of the presidency, is about to be launched. But I'd really encourage you, if you haven't seen it, is look at the SA Youth website. You can just Google it. And it's the most incredible platform at the moment. There's already 1.5 million people, youngsters, who've registered on that platform. And it asks them questions and matches them to employment opportunities in the public sector as well as in the private sector. And it also geolocates them. So the 300,000 teaching assistants, for example, that were employed in December through the Department of Basic Education, they used that digital platform to employ people. And I think it just tells you exactly how digital technology can actually help in terms of giving people access to work. The next area is around social security and protection. And I think the one area which everyone is much more aware of than we were before is issues of well-being. Because work-life balance, when you're on the other end of a digital platform, has been somewhat compromised. I know lots of people are complaining about the fact that there's no end to the workday. Like before, you would at least get in your car at a certain time or onto transport at a certain time, and you would say that's the end of the workday, whereas now those hours just carry on. Some people have very demanding colleagues and managers, and they have to work weekends and evenings, and that takes its toll. And I think there's a level of education and a level of self-care that one needs to apply in terms of making sure that people have physical and emotional well-being. And obviously being considerate of childcare and other care responsibility, and making sure that workspaces are conducive if someone is working at home. One of the big things that came through during the early stages of COVID was the extent to which we underutilize our risk committees in the workplace. And occupational health and safety legislation actually requires that one does a risk evaluation, that you frequently reevaluate what the workplace risks are, and that you check that people are working in health and safe conditions. But it took COVID to remind us that those processes are there and why they are so important. But I think there's also an element of thinking about what does that mean to remote working. And to what extent is the employer responsible for making sure that remote workspaces are safe? And one of the private sector participants that I deal with in another forum actually suggested that they said what they've done is they've actually put out a template of like a self-check in terms of your home workspace to see whether it is safe and whether it's conducive. So it has questions like, are you working in a place that has adequate ventilation? Do you have any live wires that are visible? Do you have internet access? Do you have access to electricity? And things like that. So that at least builds a bit of a consciousness both with the employee but also with the employer of some of the challenges in terms of safety. But the jury is still out in terms of whether or not the employer's obligations in terms of a healthy, safe workplace extend as far as the home workspace. We don't know, but what we do know that might be from a legal perspective, but what we do know is from a productivity perspective, it is important. And an employer that is looking for a productive and capable workforce really needs to apply its mind to how it sets people up for success. I think we're all aware in terms of how leave, particularly sick leave, was very, very difficult to manage during the early stages of COVID. People were utilizing sick leave for periods of time where they couldn't work at all because they were sent home in non-essential sectors, for example, or if they didn't have digital access. People were required to isolate, so they had to take a form of leave. And I think that all of those types of atypical types of leave have created some challenges, but the important thing is to try and make sure that leave is properly monitored and make sure that you apply the leave policies as fairly and diligently as possible. And there are levels of incapacity now which were previously not experienced. So things like having to isolate and not being able to present to work is a form of incapacity. I think what's important in that regard is that if it is temporary or if it is ongoing, is that you've got to manage it. You mustn't ignore it. Is that you must ask the line managers to enter into a process, find a conclusion that is suitable and fair to both the employee and to the employer. Because if a person is incapacitated and unable to work for a temporary or an extended period of time, is that the employer has to at some stage replace them, but they also have to try and make sure that they're fair to the employee. And then I think the other thing is really to be aware of particularly gender challenges in terms of remote working. Some people are working in conditions where it's not safe. Women have a disproportionate burden in terms of having to take care of children when they are when they're working at home. A lot of the children were studying online. Children are having to isolate and being sent home. And I think that that in addition to working from home, people are obviously having to attend to the normal household matters. And then, of course, there's also gender-based violence, which has proliferated, unfortunately, more during the course of the lockdown. So the sensitivity, awareness, and actually creating a safe space for people to be able to speak about that is also really important. And as an employer, I think sometimes just having those discussions and opening up those conversations can go a long way to demonstrating that you are listening and actually putting in place some interventions that might be helpful in that regard. The last section of decent work that the pillar that is identified in a pillar is around social dialogue. And that deals with everything from collective bargaining to communication and engagement. But I think during COVID it's even gone further in terms of connecting and values and culture. Obviously, collective bargaining took a very different turn because it stopped completely during the initial stages of lockdown. Then it pivoted to having to deal with issues around the lockdown and around COVID. And now, to some extent, it's starting to come back again. But I think it takes place in a very different way because some of it is online. And obviously, what sits behind collective bargaining is your ability to engage with your union as a member of the union. And that's far more difficult because you can't have workplace meetings or you can't have union meetings in the same way as one did. But what it does require is that unions move very, very quickly into using digital technologies as new ways of connecting with each other, getting mandates, doing stop orders and understanding representation and even balloting. And for me, I think that that's a major opportunity. One of the areas that, when you heard my introduction, one of the areas that we worked on for a long time in NEDLAC was on the labor peace provisions and collective bargaining. And that was starting, I think, back already in 2015 when we started those conversations. And even then, it was identified that digital technologies would be so important. When we negotiated the whole issue around balloting for strike action, even that, it was recognized by everyone that a digital balloting system would be far more efficient and transparent and legitimate than necessarily an actual physical one would be. So in many ways, COVID has forced us to go that route speedier than I think we were ready for, but I think that that's an area where we can see the obvious benefits. But what we mustn't think is that digital technology can ever replace that importance of engaging and understanding, because it doesn't. It augments how people relate to each other. It can supplement and it can improve some of the processes, but it can't replace. And that normal human interaction is very, very important. And the same applies for how the employer and you as government services relate to employees within the workplace. How do you communicate? How do you connect? Because that can't be by physical meetings in the same way as it used to be, but it doesn't have to be. You can actually make it more efficient by using digital technology. A lot of people are using WhatsApp groups in very different ways to communicate around work, but also to be socially connected with colleagues. So I saw one really good example of how a WhatsApp group was formed for a particular unit to make sure that people got home safely and people would check up on each other, or how women who were traveling to work during the early stages of lockdown and there was very little transport, how they would WhatsApp each other and make sure that they were arriving to take transport at the same time. And that's where you can see that those new types of technology are actually becoming helpful. And then the one area, obviously, because from the PPGI, which is the Public-Private Growth Initiative, the one area that I think is becoming much more clear is the value of partnerships and how do we connect in general across lines of private sector and public sector, with civil society, with other stakeholders, and how do you actually learn to work together? And I must say, certainly in the work that I'm engaged in, is partnerships and working in a collaborative way. And they're informal partnerships. They're not formal MOUs or MOAs or anything like that, but it's become so much easier to connect with people because of digital technology. And suddenly, you know, you're connecting with people, you're meeting with them, and you're able to actually drive things along far simpler and far more and far quicker than if one requires sometimes the physical meetings. And that's not to discount that physical meetings are sometimes required. But I think there are different ways and different options now and channels for people to meet. And then one of the things which before I move off social dialogue, one of the things which I think is really an advantage of the digital platform and being able to connect with people over the end of a computer is that you can transverse geographical boundaries, and you don't have these long waiting times in terms of everyone getting there, and you don't have people who unfortunately can't travel on the day in order to get to a physical meeting. Like, I remember it was a week before lockdown, the Steel Master Plan convened under Minister Patel, and there was 150 odd people on the call. And I remember thinking at the time, wow, you know, if this was actually a physical meeting, we would have maybe had 60 or 70 people there, and they would have incurred huge costs to actually attend the meeting. So that's what digital technology can bring. But the other thing that it can bring is hundreds of people sitting on a call and not being productively engaged. And I think just really when you're looking at meeting culture and how do you plan meetings, is sometimes sit and be very, very conscious about two things. Add up the number of people on the call and the average rate of pay of those people and the cost of that meeting and the time that it's taking. That's number one. And the other thing is actually be very, very deliberate about what the outcomes of that meeting are, what you want to achieve, because to continually convene meetings where you don't reach endpoints is really not productive. So I think those two techniques are really, really important. Ask yourself deliberately, you know, who is actually needed in this meeting? There might be extra people that are needed from a developmental perspective, but don't have everyone there just in case they might pick something up, because we really lose so much time in terms of meetings. So those are the pillars that I've covered, and I want to just pull it together in terms of what does remote work mean and what are some of the key trends. And I think digitization, clearly, capacity building in terms of this new world of work, really connecting around a common vision and what you're trying to do and being outcomes focused is important. And then the way in which you get coordination, connection, and trust in this new COVID world is really important, and that you are willing to have a transformational and adaptive culture. And I know that those are all massive, massive shifts, and we are all in the middle of a massive change process. But I think I really sort of urge you to seize the moment, because this is the time where we can shift things, because the change has been thrust upon us. I thought that some extra reading material, if you are interested in the areas that I've spoken about, might be helpful. The one area is obviously Mariana Mazzucato, given the work that she's doing as a panelist of the President's Economic Advisory Council, and the work that she's doing with the National School of Government. And I think, some of the things that she's speaking about in terms of a new vocabulary and narrative are very, very appropriate. She says government must go from fixing markets to co-creating and co-shaping, which is exactly what we're doing, for example, on the National Master Plan process or on the district development work. She says we must go from de-risking to welcoming uncertainty, from picking winners to picking the willing. And I've certainly found that that's been a massive way in which we've managed to mobilize action during the lockdown. And then she says it's more about tilting in a direction than about leveling the playing field. So tilting deliberately in terms of where one wants to go and what one wants to achieve. Very importantly, she says, move from outsourcing capacity to capacity building. And she makes a really important point in terms of saying, particularly governments and many governments around the world, and she says that that's the experience that she's had working at a governmental level in many, many countries, is that they've outsourced capability and actually they need to bring it back and build it in. And that's capability, including human resource capability and labor relations capability. It goes into engineering capability, whatever it is, even service delivery capability. Bring it back into the state, bring it back in, and learn how to embrace it. And then obviously cost benefits, moving from that to really understanding what are dynamic spillovers. How does what you do here positively impact in terms of some other areas, and how does it connect with each other? So I think she's written a number of books. One is The Mission-Driven State, if I'm not, or Mission-Driven Economy, and the other is The Entrepreneurial State. Those are all fabulous texts, but there's a lot of short articles as well, which I think start to make you think about what these dynamic capabilities are and how you apply them in your workplace. The other person that I suggest you read, if you're interested in strategy and how people connect with each other, is Linda Grattan, who wrote Living Strategy and really putting people at the heart of corporate purpose. So it's around a human-centered approach. But she also speaks about values being the glue that hold people together in a workplace. She says in the old days, you used to be physically present in a workplace and you would have a single workplace. So typically a manufacturing unit or a mine or a farm, for example. But because organizations are so fragmented now, is that the thing that connects organizations now is values. And that's where you need to constantly reinforce those values. And then there's a gentleman, Philip Christian Dekuna. I always get his surname wrong. And he's written a book on the trust economy. And what that's all about is the fact that if you can build that connection and trust between parties, that it makes work so much easier. And that a lot of the time why we put rules in place and boundaries in place is because there's a lack of trust. And actually what you've got to do is build that common values base, and the trust flows from there, and that makes it much easier to facilitate work. And then I think just Jim Collins, it's important just to recognize that in terms of human resources, there are different kinds of work. And no matter what that work is that there's a way in which that has changed as a result of working from home. So there's the transactional day-to-day work. Some of that actually has to be performed at the workplace because the systems are required, or you have to be checking things and you have to have access to information that's at the workplace. But that can equally, some of it, things like updating leave records and things like that, be done at home. There's the interventional work, which is top-down, and it's around developing new policies and processes and interventions. And then there's the transformational work, which is really around driving change in partnership with others. And I think every single one of those elements are really important. It's not like one is more important than the other. You need all three. And so you need to identify where you fit in and how does remote working actually shift how that work is done within your functions. And then just in closure, I think that statement, you've heard it before, it's around transform yourselves to be the change that you wish to happen, is that you've got to start with yourselves in terms of this new remote working journey, and how do you optimize it so that it provides both decent work as well as productive work. And that's really around how do you partner differently, how do you connect with others, how do you innovate and adapt and learn and grow. So that's it from me in terms of the formal presentation. And I'm open, time permitting, to engage with any questions that one might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tana. I think that was another helpful presentation that we got today on very topical issues with regard to remote working. With regard to the questions, we are going to get it in a hybrid fashion. One, there will be an opportunity from the floor for people to ask you questions or make some comments. But I did realize that there were some questions that were also deposited through the chat room. So I'm not sure whether you were able to pick some of them up as we experience some intermittent glitches there. If you can start first with those that were in the chat room, as we give people an opportunity to go through.
Sure. So the one is, if my home is my office and I'm always at home, it means I'm always at work. By implication, making a claim of being overworked. And I think absolutely, that's exactly the point that I made, is that those boundaries in terms of homework have to really be put in place. And that requires a degree of self-management, and it also requires a degree of awareness from others in terms of the fact that sometimes we are actually putting people under very, very sort of serious strain and stress. And how do you actually put new boundaries in place now that you have this way of working? And it might be, you know, I know for myself is that I work far better in the early mornings. Other people work far better at night. It might be that there's a level of flexibility, but what's important is that everyone has a rest period every day. That's a requirement in terms of the basic conditions of employment legislation. And you should be having at least 36 consecutive hours rest on a week in any 7 consecutive days. So that's also important. And making sure that that's both conscientized but built into how people are working at home is important. Yeah.
Great stuff. And colleagues, if you can open it up for some questions from the floor, if you can. But Tanya, I think whilst we are waiting for hands, what do you think? Is there no case for a book like Who Moved My Office?
I like it. I think you must write it.
That was just on a lighter note. But colleagues, can we recognize it? Yes. 1. I only see 1, 2 in that order. Okay, let's start.
Thank you, Chairperson. To you, Tanya. I think we had a women empowerment conference in 2019 in Mpumalanga for the Office of the Premier. And we looked at the feasibility of flexi hours in the public service. It was difficult for us to, you know, to get a document that was like actually prepared as compared to private sector. So in private sector, we found some of the studies that were done and also how it is being conducted. But the rationale behind it was because of the challenges faced by women given that some are single parents and they have responsibility to collect children. Sometimes, you know, there were a number of challenges. Anyway, it was prophetic, if one to say that there'll be COVID-19, because we never anticipated that. But as COVID came, we put that document under shelf because it was difficult to measure performance from home. So, but now I realize that that study was very necessary, and I think we need to revisit that as an office. But I will need guidance in terms of the public sector. As we visited DPSA, we discovered that there was something that was initiated, but it was not approved. That is where we stand. So can you assist in that in terms of ensuring how do we move forward? Because in terms of COVID-19 lockdown, we were just moving according to the presidential, let me say, directive in terms of how it should be conducted. But if we had the policy itself, it would have assisted that we manage performance even from home. Like now it's time for assessment. And it's difficult actually to measure how some were at home had excelled in terms of performance. Thank you.
All right, I suggest we take an answer to that question because of a lot of detail that was built into that question, and we will go to the second one. Tanya?
Yeah, thank you for. I think it was a observation and comment as well as a question, and I think absolutely it's exactly the type of policy that one needs to pick up again and look at, because COVID's taught us things that we didn't anticipate when we started. I think the only thing that I can really add is some of the experience that we've gained from working with the PPGI, and that sometimes it's, and I draw a comparison because I spent time when I was with BUSA in a lot of policy, because we used to negotiate in NEDLAC on behalf of business, and before that even on labor market policy we were in NEDLAC. And policy processes take time, they're very detailed, they're very thorough. I think what I've learned from PPGI is that there's another way, and sometimes it complements the policy and sometimes you get traction much quicker. And that's that you actually start in a bottom-up way rather than a policy sort of top-down way. And you engage with people who are actually in the workplace and you say to them, you know, what are the 2 or 3 things that are really going to make a difference to you? And you see whether you can't give effect to it within the framework of the current policy. Because sometimes you can. And I think it's hard in public sector because I think that it is a very regulated sector from a labor market and a human resource perspective. And you've got those policies and those guidance documents. But if you can use this sort of COVID period to sort of say, you know, there's 1 or 2 things that can really make a difference and we can do it differently. And those are suggestions that come from people themselves who are struggling with those issues. Sometimes you can get it done.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. Question number 2.
Okay, I'm told I must stand up. Instruction from the lead. Okay.
Not for me.
So the question then will be, how will that impact to their contract of employment when they have to work at home? Now they're no longer signing on and off. How will that impact into their contract of employment? Thank you.
Okay, Tanya, over to you.
I want to just check I heard the question because my line went silent at a certain time. But I think the question, if I'm correct, is people who have to clock in and out, how do they now manage work if they're working remotely?
How does it affect on their contract?
How does it affect the contract? Yeah, so it depends on whether the actual contract specifies that the person is going to be managed by a clock-in system or not, and what that wording is. Because I think if it is very specific, then you've actually got to do an adjustment to the contract. If it's just that the person must report to work at a certain time and that they need to work certain hours, there are other ways to measure it. So if the person's working at home, there's a way in which one can actually sort of say, look, the person was online from this time to that time, or a person actually, like I know my son at school, they have to, when they were working online, they had to mark an attendance register, digital attendance register. The thing that I think is really important is get people to switch on when they're on the other end of a Zoom call. You've got to get people to switch on their cameras. You can't allow people to just sit there with their blank cameras. I know when we spoke to Free State, that was one of the questions that was asked is, how can you make sure that people are actually concentrating in meetings? And maybe people can't switch them on all the time because of the bandwidth and because of the signal and things like that. But do it some of the time, and at least please do it at the start of the meetings, so that you know that people are okay and you can actually see them. And try and be inclusive in your meeting cultures, so that people actually who are there are speaking and giving input at some stage. But I think, yeah, the clock-in issue is about you've got to use different technology. That's the only solution. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I think that concludes the two questions from the floor, but there's one that I've actually posted to you in particular, where I'm asking, it's a little bit of a pedestrian question, where I'm raising, what is your take on this use of terminology, work-life integration as opposed to work-life balance? These things have got a funny way of getting themselves into litigations in departments, just in terms of interpretation. So I just wanted to tap on your wisdom regarding that.
Yeah, I think it's a tough question, and it's absolutely spot on, because I think how as individuals we integrate technology into our lifestyle, and how do we make sure that we have a conducive environment, and how do we work and set ourselves up for success is really important. And that might not be the same thing as work-life balance. It might be that it helps us to, if you integrate technology well into how you work, it might be that it actually improves your productivity and your performance. So I think they don't necessarily speak to each other as well as they could. But I think, you know, for me, the one thing that I know is that with work-life balance is that I've had to get far more disciplined around things like exercise, around seeing, spending a little bit of deliberate time with my family, like making sure that we try and have supper together, doing some of those things that for you are important. So I think everyone is different. You must find the things that work for you. I've taken up long distance running since COVID, because that's the thing that gets me out, and I can start seeing people but in a safe way, because I'm outdoors. So I think everyone has to find what works for them. It's tough times. We're going through change. Change puts people under pressure. But you know, it's also how we grow and we learn and we benefit as a whole. So.
Well, thank you very much for that, Tanya. And I think that concludes the presentation. So thank you very much for that. Show some love for Tanya again. Right. Okay. Colleagues, I think that concludes the presentations for the day. I didn't see your arrival, Soria. Soria, welcome. Soria is the chairperson of the PSTF, so welcome on board. Colleagues, we had very lively presentations for today, and I'm sure you have a remarkable takeaway from these various presentations. But like we normally do in the peer exchange learning, right? Which is what Dr. Shezi explained to us as he was dealing with the purpose of the meeting, that we normally create space and opportunity for people to tell us what is it that stood up for them in day one, all right? It does not necessarily have to be everybody that makes a comment on that, but if you feel the itch, share with us what is it that stood out for you as we wrap up the day and create space and opportunity. Thank you. Oh. Protocol.
Pause. Good day, colleagues. Am I fine? Hello? Okay, what has stood out for me to the presentation this morning, the presentation of the CFO about the training of the ethics and CAEDU, of which in our department, it's our plan for this financial year. And I'm very much happy that we're not going to spend, the ethics is free online, and also CAEDU, because it's difficult to get managers for the training, then it will be easy that now it's going to be done online. Thank you.
That was an expression of appreciation for the free training interventions offered by the NSG. Some show of hands again. Oh, there we go.
Good day, colleagues. Marano Labasi. What stood out for me today, it's the CPD point. What stood out for me is the continuing learning and professional development that was presented by Dr. Puchabelo Maja. I think it will really help in the public service because people outside and in the private sector, they perceive public servants as lazy, arrogant, and so on. So I think with this type of CPD points, it will make everybody to be on board to put their hands on the deck and not work for pension. Because normally they perceive us that we are secured, that we're going to get our pension. So that is actually what we should not work for. And I'm happy that a few weeks back I heard that they were saying in Parliament, at least when you reach an age of 60, you should at least step aside so that we can have those who are young, energetic, and visionaries. Thank you very much.
Any other taker? Going, oh, there we go.
Thank you very much. What stood out for me this week is basically two things. The first one is on professionalization of public service, which also raises some of the question to me, which is basically the implementation, looking at the challenges of our political structure as a country, but at the same time, the opportunities that are rising right now in terms of professionalization of public service. Because when you look at, we are losing people who are experienced at a high rate. People who are coming in inexperienced, and some not understanding the values. So bridging that gap, it's really important for us to bridge it quickly at the same time. And secondly, what stood out for me is organizational resilience. The model where it basically says to us as government, we need to look at how we are doing things. What is our core business in this COVID-19 era or environment? Meaning that if we know what is it that we have to do, whether we are working at home, we'll be able to be productive. But if we don't understand what is it as government that we are really producing, or what is it, what is the end product? Because when you look at private sector, it's production. At the end of the day, if you are home, at the end of the month, you must prove or show what is it that we have done. While I was at the South African Astronomical Observatory, most of the astronomers, they would spend 2 weeks in observation. But at the end of the month, there must be a report or papers that they must present, both locally and internationally, on the reviewed journal. So I believe if we can follow the similar model in government, we'll be able to be more productive and professional at the same time. Thank you.
I think that concludes the comments for this afternoon. Rich, do we have announcements to make for tomorrow? Say again? Okay. The start time for tomorrow remains as was the case today. So between 8 and 8:30, it's tea or arrival and tea, and the program will then start promptly at 9 o'clock. Okay, so that is the announcement we wish to make. And of course, and with an appeal that says, let's see the same crowd tomorrow as we have seen today, with increased levels of participation, of course. And that being the case, I would like to thank you very much for having been very active, interactive, participative, and all that. So let's see tomorrow as we build on that momentum created today. I thank you.